Okay, we're live.
Okay, the time is 10:13. I want to call this meeting to order. Would everyone join me for the pledge of allegiance? Can we have our mayor, Mindy Schuster, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Sure. Salute pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for bringing us here today. And we ask, Lord, for your wisdom, your discernment. Help us to do the right thing. Please you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. Okay. Any approval, additions or deletions?
Approval, Mr. John.
Okay, I have approval
I'll second.
and I have a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. During public comment? Being there is none. Fine. Okay. Is there any public comment on the phone? Oh. Okay. Closed session.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you, Chair. The board met in two items in closed session. The first item was a conference of legal counsel and significant exposure to litigation pursuant to subdivision D2 of Government Code Section 54956.9. Report out was no reportable action. And second item on the agenda was a conference with legal counsel existing litigation pursuant to subdivision D1 of Government Code Section 54956.9. Case name was Juneau Construction Incorporated versus County of Lassen et al. Lassen County Superior Court case number 2025 CV 0076708. And the report out is no reportable action.
Thank you. Okay, unagendized report. Jason, you want to start?
Sure. Last Thursday, I want to thank our HHS director, Jason Vial, for meeting up with me and the gentleman that runs the Hurlong Food Pantry. I look forward to getting our county resources hooked up with them and all the good stuff that they are doing. This Thursday is the Milford Food Pantry. Over the weekend, I also dialed in getting Caltrans District 2 and Michael to hold another town hall in the South County regarding the 395 projects. It's going to be on October 19th in the evening at the Doyle Community Center. And also, I would like to adjourn the meeting in honor of Velma Dean. She was a great community member in Sandus. She cooked a lot of home cooked meals for the Schaefer School kiddos. Just wanted to adjourn the meeting in her honor, and that's all I have.
Okay, Aaron.
Sure. I went down to Sacramento last week for RCRC. We had a long meeting. Anyway, but it was good. We met Secretary Knox. He's a California Labor and Workforce Development Agency. Had a good discussion with him. It's kind of hard to talk to some of those people on the other side of the aisle. They got their own ideas. They don't really listen to reality. But anyway, so we got some good input from him. We had quite a bit of talk about the different proposals. It was interesting. We had a lot of split votes on that there. That was, basically 50-50, like on Prop 43 and Prop 45. And basically, so as an organization, RCRC, they took no position on it because we couldn't come to a consensus. It was interesting how some of the different counties have their different philosophies. We're all supposed to be rural, but the rural and the suburbans. We had some talk about the governor's fire liability proposal. What he wants to do with. There's a fire, he just wants to pay the depreciated value instead of the actual value, so it's just depreciated to 0%. You have a fire that wipes it out, it's gonna all be on the county or the city to come up with that money to rebuild it with no help from them, from the state. There's a bunch of proposals coming in about wolf coexistence and self-defense and recycling and the single use and et cetera. But anyway, got all the information on all those if anybody's interested in some of those. As far as the Golden State Connect Authority, they've started laying line out in Glynn County. I think they've got about 40 miles put in of the high-speed fiber optic for the rural, so that's good. As far as the GSNR goes, with the pellet mill, abandoned the pellet mill thing, but they're still moving forward with on the Lassen site. As far as for getting chips, that EIR, it should be coming out here in the next month or two, so hopefully take comments on that. Hopefully get that up and going. One of the interesting things that I don't know much about it, but, for the behavioral health, they went through the Arch Collaborative, RCRC went in and they put in for a grant, so they got a $5 million grant. And this is for rural behavioral health, so we'll have to get together with Jason on that and see how that, what benefit we can get out of that. So, but they were by far the biggest grant recipients. You know, a lot of the counties on that, so that's a good thing. Other than that, I know we're running behind here, so I'll just cut it short and call it 10.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mike,
Sure. On the 18th, I attended a Honey Lake Valley Recreation Authority pool meeting, where we determined to have a special meeting to try and figure out the finances and the future of the pool. That's this coming up Thursday. And then on the 20th, I attended a fish and game meeting and heard a presentation by the Forest Service and amongst other things. On the 22nd, I toured the Lake Forest community. I identified a couple of code enforcement issues, present to them, but then on the 23rd, I met with constituents regarding A1 and road conditions in Spalding, and actually got a pretty good report because road department put out filling in the gaps and stuff and preparing for chip sealing next year, but they're actually pretty happy to see progress happening out there. And then on the 24th, I met with other constituents regarding code enforcement issues. And later today, I've got a solid waste management meeting. And I've also been up to Westwood a couple times, waiting for starting to get going on Pinetown, but that seems to be kind of one delay upon another. But we're hopeful to still get that done this year. And that's all I have. Thank you.
okay, thank you.
Yeah, I also attended the full meeting last week and, so on this Thursday at 3:30, we're going to, be discussing the finances and the status of the pool because in 2028, our funding, could be lost if the county and the city doesn't choose to help finance that. So we need to get some financial revenue sources coming in for that. And so, you know, we got a big task ahead of us on that. I also want to thank Jason and Tina and the city for we're going to move the senior lunch program for a couple of months to the city's community center. They're on Weatherlow, and I appreciate the city helping us out with that. We needed a place to go. The fairgrounds is going to be used by Sierra Cascade. All of their workers are going to be filling that facility up. And so on August 31st will be our first date in the new community center. And so that's been great. And then on September 10th, they're going to have the senior lunch program out in Janesville, starting at the Jolly Elders. Is our goal right now. And so that. And then I after my comments last week about people not viewing us on live streaming. We only got like 47 people normally. Well, I got a new fan, and so I would just like to say hi to Gigi, and so she's my new fan out there, and she wanted to let me know that that she could see me. And so
Way better.
I appreciate that. You know, that's the first comment that's that I've even got that said that people were really watching. And I still don't think a lot of people do, but I appreciate my one fan out there. And also I would like to wish Sam McMullen, she had a birthday this weekend, and so I want to wish her a happy birthday. And that's all I got.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, on the 18th, after our board meeting, I left for Sacramento because I had two CSAC meetings the next day. One in the afternoon and one in the evening. And then following day, the 20th, I had a board of directors meeting with CSAC. And the big issue, like Aaron said, is from the PG&E and utility companies wanting a law passed that after a fire goes through a community, they only have to pay the depreciated value to replace whatever happened. And that could be devastating because that would be on the shoulders of the taxpayers and the counties. And it makes me wonder who's behind all that. But anyway, I can guess who it is and you can too. So, and then on the 21st, the next day, I was at Lassen Healthcare Collaborative meeting. And there was about 20 different organizations up at the hospital. And we're trying to do a collaboration so that all the programs don't overlap. We can actually get more results out of each department if we're doing specific things and not overlapping, which I think is a great thing. And then on the 22nd, I had the honor of speaking at the senior luncheon that the Rotary done. They fed about 200 seniors lunch, and Miss Schuster was there, and Bob Burns was there speaking for the seniors. And then yesterday, first five meeting, and I just want to remind everybody, because we're live, the Board of Supervisor meeting will continue at 6 o'clock tonight at 6 p.m. at Jensen Hall. That's all I have.
Here's another one there.
Pardon?
One other thing.
Okay, go ahead.
You know, I just want to say thank you to the Sheriff's Department for code enforcement. I know you guys have been very active working on the eradication process. So thank you guys. Hopefully you keep up the good work, and we need it. It's everywhere. Thank you guys for doing what you're doing.
Okay, we will move on to C1, military equipment use policy.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and fellow board. My name is Alex Meyer. I'm a sergeant with the Lassen County Sheriff's Office. I'm assigned to this community meeting, or this public comment and the community outreach meeting that we held on August 13th. A little backstory on this. You guys have probably heard of this that have been here. This is an annual thing that we have to address pursuant to Assembly Bill 481 in Government Code, California Government Code 7070. The governor signed this in January 1, 2022. Making it law that we, the Sheriff's Office, in order to continue to use our military equipment that is defined in the government code, permission by you guys in the community to use it and possess it. Currently, the only piece of military surplus equipment that we have is the MRAP, the armored vehicle that we use for higher elevation missions, including last week at our marijuana grows. It is bulletproof, it is armored. And so we use that quite frequently to protect ourselves and the community as well. The rest of the equipment that is listed in this government code and our policy included in the board packet is all commercially purchased by us. We've been utilizing this equipment for decades on end. We just continue to grow with the equipment and just replenish the stuff that is used in certain calls and circumstances. So I'm here today just to present this, obviously the public hearing as well, answer questions that are needed, and then to readdress on September 8th to pass this ordinance to continue for the Sheriff's Office.
Mike, just out of curiosity, when we get the Bearcat eventually, we're gonna turn the MRAP back in?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
We don't have to do this every year.
Well, we do. It is still required. It is an armored vehicle and it is still required in the government code. Including, I mean, this governing code 7070 requires us to do it for our less lethal shotguns, our less lethal 40 millimeter launchers, all of our patrol rifles, the basic patrol rifle that goes out to every single deputy on the road, it's all listed in this federal code. So for us to maintain all that equipment, we have to be here.
I'll see you next week.
Yeah, absolutely.
Aaron?
You know, you talk about your less than lethal, you know, I was looking at this here and you got your 12 gauge shotgun with your bean bag. Aren't you getting those for the damn wolves?
Many purposes.
According to Fish and Game.
Right.
I mean, that's the only thing we got, so I mean, I don't know, I hope you guys, I mean. And you have the anticipated yearly cost of 2,000?
For the, which one?
Well, that's for the 12 gauge drag stabilized bean bag round. I'm assuming that's what you shoot at wolf, according to Fish and Game.
The ammo used can be for many purposes, but they're not to kill people. They're considered a less lethal item, so yeah.
Well, yeah, it's less than, that's one thing you can use on a damn wolf, so. But anyway, I just do.
For your permission, do you want us to up our budget for more ammunition for that?
You're never gonna get close enough to. The whole thing is just stupid, but anyway, I'm just kind of trying to reiterate the stupidity and all this. I mean, you ever even seen a wolf? You ever been close enough to shoot a wolf to be big?
Not close enough. I've seen them
Yeah, you guys.
across Willow Creek Valley.
Just be honest.
Mike, you had another question?
My question's, more for Andrew. Do we need to revise this to put your name on there instead of Amanda's?
So Supervisor Scanlon, in the background material, there is a notice that's intended to be extended into the newspaper for publication, advising of the second reading date of the ordinance. From my review of Government Code 7070, there's no obligation to run such a notice. I've had a conversation with the sheriff this morning. It's my understanding, because besides the fact that that notice, proposed notice, lists the Fire County Council's name, it refers to September 15th as the date for the second reading of this ordinance. That's my understanding. Talking to the sheriff, that's going to be an updated notice to be submitted to the newspaper to correct those deficiencies.
We can still pass this motion thing.
Correct, because today you're only conducting the public hearing, receiving the report, and giving them the outcome of that public hearing, waiving the first reading of the ordinance. And it'll come back at a later date for a second reading and approval.
Anyone else?
I think a motion, or you want to?
No, we gotta-
Is there
We
any
have to open the public
public
hearing.
I'll close the public hearing, bring it back up here.
I'll make a motion to receive the report, having conducted a public hearing and, waive the first reading.
Okay, I have a motion.
Second.
And I have a second. Those in favor? Opposed? Those.
Does it need to be a roll call?
My recommendation would be the roll call vote.
Okay.
And just for clarity, I recommend that the motion be introduce and waive the first reading.
What do you say?
What he said.
Do you want to,
Yes.
okay. Supervisor Scanlon,
Yes.
Supervisor Neely,
Yes.
Supervisor Alba,
Aye.
Supervisor Ingram,
Aye.
Supervisor Bridges.
Yes. Thank you. Good report.
Thank you.
We have a fleet leasing presentation by United Fleet Services. You can
Bronson Waters, I'm with Unified Fleet Services. Forgive me in advance, I should have passed these out, but just a visual reference for all of you guys to look at after I leave. Grateful for the opportunity to be up here with Lassen County today. Appreciate giving me the opportunity to tell you guys a little bit of my company's program and how we feel like we might be able to assist Lassen County with the fleet. I'm just going to run through this. I know we're a little behind on schedule, so I will try to just touch on some of the main points, but ideally by the end of the program, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. But one of the biggest challenges that Unified Fleet sees as we deal with government clients and their fleet. It's just that there's always a miscommunication, or there's a lack of information that comes to you guys sometimes when you're approving potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars for vehicles, heavy equipment, machinery throughout the county. And Unified helps bridge that gap. Things that we can help with is prevent large capital outlays. Rather than you guys purchasing vehicles or equipment with all of your funds up front, we want to help you guys put those on a payment plan where you're either leasing to own them or you're leasing them to sell them. We help show you guys a life cycle of the vehicles. There's a much better plan you can put into play for these vehicles and having a rotation of them. We prevent aging fleet and fleet maintenance. Our ideal program for standard vehicles is 3 years. During the entire life cycle that the county would own those vehicles, they would fall under manufacturer warranty. So the only maintenance you should have to worry about is basically the oil changes, tire rotations, and potentially brakes if you were to do some of the patrol vehicles because the brakes on those burn out. And then ideally, we want to help departments no longer compete for funds. Maybe that's not a direct problem here, but there's only so much money to go around. And so if we're able to help you guys with your budgeting, you can use that money and reallocate it to other departments or other areas. The next page, a couple of the key points that Unified tries to help our government clients with is the procurement process. We work with dealers throughout the entire state of California and throughout the entire nation. It's a bit tricky to get vehicles into the state of California. So for your benefit, we try to stay within the state. And if you prefer to stay local, we're more than happy to stay with local dealers as well. We handle all the financing, typically between 3 to 10 years, depending on the vehicle or the equipment and what the usage is. We handle the service and the outfit. As far as any aftermarket equipment going onto these vehicles, we have a lot of statewide connections. And I think that's crucial for public works as well as like sheriff's vehicles with all of the equipment going into those. We're able to take all of that cost and company it into one monthly payment. Again, rather than spending all your money up front, you're able to break this down long term. And then one of our strongest features is the liquidation aspect. It's kind of a hassle going to auction. And believe it or not, whether you've seen it in the county, I guarantee there's a boneyard somewhere of old equipment, old vehicles that have either carb compliance, they're no longer carb compliant in California, or no one wants to drive them because there's newer ones and they're just the old beaters. And so what we do for our clients is we help you liquidate everything that's ready to sell, helps you get funds to get into the program initially. And then as the program continues, we help you liquidate all the old equipment to replace with the new ones. Leasing versus buying, I'll just skim over this page here. The biggest thing I want to point out is that when you're purchasing vehicles in crash, you guys know you're purchasing depreciating assets. Those vehicles, they take all your upfront money, tie up your capital, and then funds are a little bit shorter. With leasing, you level your budget. We work off your terms, again, whether you want to do 3 to 10 years, depends what you're looking at. It helps redirect your funds to higher priorities. And the best part is there's no buyout penalty. So if you get a grant or you decide to purchase these vehicles outright, you're more than welcome to purchase them out at any point. Next one I think is very important here for Lassen County. It's my first time up here. Beautiful drive. It's a beautiful area that you guys live in. There's a lot of rural land. I mean, more mountains than the Sacramento Valley where I live. And so I can only imagine you guys use and operate a lot of heavy equipment. And I'm sure you put a lot of heavy usage on them with all of the terrain. So we don't only lease vehicles, we lease a lot of heavy equipment as well. Recent success were with a neighboring county. I'd be happy to get you guys some more information or numbers if it interests you, but they were looking to purchase several $1 million in equipment. They didn't have the budget for it. We were able to get them their specs, the exact equipment they were looking for on a 5 to 7 year lease program. And at the end of that, we'll just continue to rotate the equipment. And it fit in their budget significantly better. They're able to get everything versus having to select a couple of the items. But with heavy equipment, it's great. You guys get it in at your government pricing. You can run it for 5 to 7 years. We can liquidate that nationwide. And then all the money that we recoup from that goes back to you guys to continue with the program. The next one, we handle the work. By no means do I want to take any jobs. Honestly, the best part of my job is I get to work with your department heads, whoever oversees the fleet, whether it's the sheriff's department, the public works, the road and bridge, whoever oversees these, I want to work hand in hand with them to make sure we're ordering the correct specs, we're ordering all of the correct components that go into the vehicle. The nice part is we just help it become more efficient. So ideally, we work with them on building the spec, and by the next time they see it, it's delivered, it's in their parking lot, ready to roll, and we're getting rid of the old one. So we help turn their program into a little bit more of a turnkey productive solution. As far as getting started goes, it's probably the hardest and the easiest part. We just got to get a little bit of information from the county or from those departments on their fleet. If we're able to get year, make, model, VIN, and miles on vehicles, and the same information, just hours on the equipment, we're able to run a full analysis with our team. And it gives you guys something to actually visualize. I could tell you about my program. You're welcome to call some of our references, but I think the most effective thing is if you guys can have numbers in your own hands to see how it could or could benefit you guys. And so ideally, if we can get our hands on some of that information, we run an analysis. It gives us the information of what you run and what your current fleet is worth versus what our program can do and how we recommend it. And then from there, we dive a little bit deeper. We do a custom proposal, and that gives you guys the, I think, probably important information you're looking for, which would be like the clear monthly payments with no hidden fees, flexible terms built around your budget, and then the buyout and trade-in options just right in front of you. So no hidden costs. We lay everything out on these programs that we put together. But in conclusion, what Unified Fleet Service does, we lease anything. We help optimize government fleets from beginning to end. Any equipment, any size, any term, and exclusively for government. So that's a quick overview of our company. We want to help you guys manage your fleet, use your funds smarter, and hopefully it allows you guys to reallocate funds elsewhere. But if anyone has any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Anybody have questions? Barry, go ahead.
Yeah, I do. So if we lease, are we leasing from you or are we leasing from Caterpillar or John Deere or who? I mean, how does that work?
Absolutely. So you'd be leasing through us, but basically we have lenders that we work with. So we would connect you to one of our lenders. So you wouldn't be leasing through Cat or John Deere. We would be sourcing the vehicles from them. We basically would pay them directly, and then you would lease through one of our lenders. And then that gives us the ability to oversee the fleet and the rotation better.
What percentage are we paying you?
What percentage? It just depends on how we do the program. So as we dive into the analysis and the proposal, I'm more than happy to break it down. It really just depends on how we structure it based on the county's needs.
Okay. And then, you help other counties liquidate. I mean, is there, like say we needed to use road grader or the factor, landfill, something else. Do you have a list of that stuff that maybe we could, rather than buy new or something, I mean, we could use your list so you got disposal stuff coming in that we can look at the bucket.
I can definitely go down that rabbit hole. I haven't yet, just because as of now, like the counties we've been liquidating for we're coming in kind of in the same situation. They're saying we have 20 pieces of equipment that are no longer CARB compliant, or we don't want to use them for whatever reason. So we're liquidating stuff that in their eyes, they can't run in the state of California. So as of now, I don't think it would necessarily be beneficial to turn over to you guys. But down the road, as we have some of this newer equipment come to maturity, because they're only running at 5 to 7 years, we could potentially dive into that, what that would look like rotating an older piece over to you guys. But to be transparent, our ideal program is leasing brand new. That way you're just covering that initial depreciation, and then we get rid of it before the problems arise.
Do you have an additional warranty other than manufacturer or no?
No, everything falls under that manufacturer warranty. We can look into aftermarket or extended warranties on a lot of these vehicles or equipment.
So do you give a better price than what we can get from CMAS or something like that?
Typically, we do the same exact price they have. So like for Caterpillar, we do a lot of Caterpillar equipment. I don't mark up their price. To be transparent, a lot of times they prefer to give you the quote directly and you would send it to me. So you would see the purchase price. We would just get it for you at whatever government or Sourcewell pricing is.
So basically the benefit you're providing us is rather than pay all the money up front, we can break it down, stretch that over cover.
Yeah, I definitely say that's one of the benefits. One is, you're stretching it. You're not tying up all your funds. The other one is for the majority of our clients, unless we're just doing one random piece of a vehicle, we're offering a full fleet service. So I'm working with you to optimize your entire fleet. We try to put together 5-year plans for all of our clients and basically say, this is your fleet. This is everything you have, what it's worth, the miles it trends, and here's how we want to factor in our program and what we want to rotate. So we're trying to show you fleet management overall so that your entire fleet functions smoother. And so that's a portion of that service as well.
So you'll do cars, pickups.
Yeah, anything wheels, tires, or treads. I don't want to get ahead of myself here, but we're in discussions for even a search and rescue helicopter at the moment. And so any type of vehicle, but yeah, don't write that down yet. Nothing's official, but any type of vehicle we can put on this program.
Even if it's steel wheels, tracks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, we've done a lot of graders, a lot of Caterpillar equipment for neighboring counties in the last couple of months. There's a lot of water trucks, a lot of dump trucks.
Okay. All right.
Jason, you have a question?
Yeah, well, you mentioned your biggest selling point is your liquidation aspect, and then you also mentioned, non-carb compliant, pieces of equipment. So if we had a bunch of that, what would you do? Sell it out of state?
Absolutely. Yeah, so we've got nationwide feelers. The company's based out of Utah. My territory is California, but a lot of those vehicles that you can't do anything with here in California, we can get right out of the state. I know some counties are concerned about selling them to like local farmers if somehow that ever gets back and, they get in trouble for it. So we get rid of those. We send them out of the state. Which also gets you guys more money, it seems. The vehicles are worth more money in some of these other states, or sorry, equipment specifically.
Who pays for the freight to get them to Utah?
That's all factored in. So once we send it out to all of basically our bidders, they'll send us all these bids and I'll come back to you and say, hey, our highest bid is this, and that accompanies the price of transit. You don't have to do anything. The most we ask is occasionally if a piece of equipment doesn't run, sometimes we'll ask that someone at Public Works can use another piece of equipment and push it onto the flatbed. But other than that, everything's factored into that pricing.
But it's your flatbed and your driver. It's not our flatbed.
Yeah, we arrange all the transport.
I think this is something, so I'm assuming you're gonna talk to Maury offline and Public Works Director offline.
That's absolutely.
Is there a cost connected to the initial analysis?
No, sir. I should have emphasized, it's in there in writing, no cost of the analysis. That's just a service we offer to, like I said, I can tell you about it up here, but it's got, you guys will need to see visually what we are proposing and if you think it'll make sense. And so that's just a service we offer to try to give you guys clarity and peace of mind of what we think we can do.
Thank you.
I got a quick comment and we're about done, but I brought, Bronson in. And I met him at I think it was RCRC. And the way I met him, another supervisor from another county said, Gary, you gotta meet this guy. Their company has saved our county thousands upon thousands of dollars with all of our fleets. And so from that moment on, I met with this guy and I asked him if he'd come up and do a presentation, and here he is. And, it's up to the county, but I was very impressed, and I seen some of the pictures that they saved the county and down in the valley, and, I appreciate your time coming up here. Had a nice dinner last night. I wish you the best and drive safe going home.
Thank you. Yeah, last thing I'll throw in there, because you made a good point, is that we'll do any vehicle. I just want to emphasize, like from non-outfit pool vehicles, all up to fully built patrol vehicles. A lot of my clients in the Central Valley were doing their patrol fleet. That way your administrative cars, they get turned over every 3 years, and your undercover guys feel better about not driving the same car for 10 years, and everybody in town knows what it is. And same thing with patrol. We try to rotate those on a 3-year program as well, because the wear and tear those cars take, if you run them any longer than that 4-year range, they're worth pennies. And so there's a lot that goes into this. And so I would love to connect with like the Sheriff's Department, Public Works, and anyone who has a fleet, just to at least provide them some numbers, something that they can, if they're interested, they can bring back to you for the next steps.
Maury, did you have anything you want to say? Or?
No, I'll circle back to Bronson. I am open to having Bronson work with those respective department heads and put together some perspective.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank
You
you.
have a good day. Okay. Plymouth National Forest.
Here on behalf of the Lassen National Forest.
So good morning, everybody. Mike Ray. I'm the acting forest supervisor on the Lassen through October currently. And it's been a pretty steady summer. Some updates. Let's start with staffing, hiring, fire, major projects. What else do I have? Has some bigger items, like post-fire recovery, et cetera. So are the bigger highlights. So for staffing updates, we conducted interviews for the, I think, District Ranger, just waiting on that final approval process, which is at high level, and it's been about 3 weeks. So we had that selection. I'm pretty confident we'll have that decision filled. Recently, the Lassen has hired a new Chief 1, Dan Patterson. Many of you probably maybe know Bill Miller. Bill was moved over to our post-fire recovery coordinator. So that's what's going on. I forwarded some announcements recently. We're getting to see some hiring done to externals. And I will continue to share those. The next round we're going to see is an administrative position on the Hat Creek district. It's an administrative support assistant. And that will be followed by some timber positions. And then after that will be recreation. That's the kind of the current plan for hiring for the next couple of months. Currently with hiring and kind of our capacity, we're kind of developing a FY 27 hiring plan or positions we need. That's like 90% completed, but something that we've been working on internally the time I've been here. I think I was gonna go to fire updates. So we got some lightning up by Alturas. There's 4 fires. The biggest one about 700 acres, but all the fires have line around them currently. So they got on that real quickly. I wasn't here last month, but the Lassen's currently in their fire restrictions. And so I was told that doesn't normally happen. So firstly, the Plymouth does that pretty much yearly, it seems like. So that's some information that I wasn't here last month, but I want to share what the current situation was on that. This week, actually as of yesterday, the fire and aviation folks, we're kind of in the lightning plan, which is basically more of a, let's get people on the ground, I guess in the afternoon, looking for smokes. And I think I mentioned this in my report on the Plymouth is that there's times we go into other kind of rotation, 24-hour staffing, extended staffing, that just basically is based on the weather. So I suspect that lightning plan will kind of go away by the end of the month, end of the week. And it looks really going to cool off next week, which gives me a lot of sleep at night. So I did want to share about major projects. So the Lassen had a timber volume target of 52 million board feet. And we're right there. We're going to meet that target, and we're probably going to exceed it by some number. We have a couple small sales that we're trying to get out by the end of the year, and we're going to hit that attainment, which is really great. We had a project that recently went through called Promenade. It's a service contract that was about 25 million board feet, and we're looking to do the same thing for next year. We have a smaller project called Promenade. There's a theme here. So that project was facilitated by some funding that came from the region that the previous forest supervisor, or that current one, Rick Hobson, has worked out. And so that's pretty great news. Next thing is that a couple weeks ago, I signed a Dixie Decision 2, and that's a continuation of the work you've seen on Highway 44. I don't know if you've seen that work, but it's pretty impressive. I've been probably 3 or 4 times going to Reading in the last couple of months, and I think that work looks really great. It's a good chance to get out there. I'm actually going to meet with SPI tomorrow. We're actually having a Senate staffer come and tour that project tomorrow. So Rick Hobson will be there, and we're going to show him why this work is so important. That's a major, thoroughfare for evacuations, and of course, there's other reasons why we do that work. But I think one thing that we should always be thinking about is public safety. So it's not just egress and evacuation, but you're going to see a lot less snow and ice on the road. That's one thing that Caltrans has shared with me directly. So they're really excited about that project. So hopefully it'll improve our travel in the wintertime as we go in here and Reading. So next thing I want to share is like right after I met you guys, when I first started here as acting forest supervisor, there was a decision signed. It was signed by Rick actually at the Gallatin boat ramp. So that's kind of an interest for a lot of us here in this community. And so that allows that analysis, but now we're looking at, permits and actual work in 2027. And so we're looking at options for construction, but also funding opportunities. I should have had this next bullet, but the Dixie decision, but the SPI field break stuff. So a little go back here. So we have to wood decks. So SBI has been doing the work, and so then we're selling those decks to other folks. And so in the last 2 or 3 weeks, about 2.5 million board feet have sold at a pretty good premium, way above base rates. So that's pretty exciting because we didn't think those would sell because there was a high pine composition of those decks. So that's really good news. Post-fire recovery, couple things. Something that Rick Hobson had in the works already, so I don't want to feel like it's me. It's not, this is just me sharing information. So Rick had been working on something with SPI to do reforestation, which includes site prep. And that's going to be in the park fire footprint. And that's going to cover between 2,500 and 3,000 acres. So we're just kind of finalizing that agreement. Got the funding all kind of lined up. That's pretty exciting. I know that's a concern of mine and also this board's with reforestation. One other thing I was going to share is that as we'll start seeing more information about grazing, the long-term goal to increase a head. AUM basically. And so what I've been working on, this is one project that Rick wanted me to like kind of spearhead and push. It's like, how do we have a short-term solution to getting to the longer-term solution? So with all the post-fire work, I'm pushing the staff. Actually, I have a meeting pretty much at 11, so that's where I'm gonna go to next. Is for a targeted grazing project that will cover the forest and looking at goat grazing, goat and sheep grazing for throughout the forest. That'll be how to be our bridge project to get us to that capacity where we can actually do issue permits on grazing. I mean, it's a short-term solution. And then we just want to cap off what I've been trying to do here. So I've been meeting the sheriff this morning. There's been a lot of fires just to the south of us, especially where I live. And so my biggest fear in this position is that not knowing what to do, who to talk to. So I've been my main focus in the time I've been here. It's being with the sheriff, CAL FIRE. So we do have an incident where, so actually this morning I had the chief one and the sheriff meet. We had breakfast. And so relationships, communication is what I've been trying to hold on. So it's in my report. I know there's probably questions, but it goes really quickly, but hopefully that was helpful. So
You've been busy.
yeah, it's been steady. It's steady. Steady. Go ahead.
Yeah, a couple of questions, you talked about you're hitting your goal of 52 million board feet for getting harvested. What's the annual production on the last one?
I do not know. That's something we were talking about as I meet like monthly with the North Zone Forest Supervisors, and that came up. So there's different metrics, Mr. Alba. There's like what the landscape can produce, and then there's what that can produce after post fire. And so right now we have a target given by the region, and it kind of grows to about 65 million board feet. But of course, there's some forests in the North Zone that have a lot of the fires like the Plymouth. And so we've had this discussion like, well, what is our long-term sustainable value? I have no idea what the Lassen is. Actually, that's something homework I have from last week, but I haven't had a chance to follow on that.
Other comments, I want to say thank you for, 2,500, 3,000 acres. That's impressive for you guys. That's way better than the 2 or 3 that's been in the past. 2 or 3 acres.
Yeah, I would say Mr. Hobson should probably get a lot of credit for that. I'm learning some things from him in this role. So,
But I'm giving you kudos too for pushing this on through and keeping the charge going. So
yeah, still a drop in the bucket.
I'll be really impressed. I'll be really impressed when you get to, 25,000, 30,000 acres.
Yeah. At this rate, we'll be there in 10 years.
Oh,
So, yeah, thank you for that feedback, but yeah. No, what I want to do when I go back to diplomas is I think there are some avenues that for industry, we see SBI doing this really great work on Highway 44. They're doing reforestation. I know Collins does the same thing. So yeah, I think there's opportunities out there that we haven't tapped into.
And my only other comment is, being so you're for supervisor now, are you willing to work with the fire safe councils and the RCDs to do some of these allergy reports that, you guys just have to sign off on, letting them do the work on?
Yeah, we do that already. I know for the plumbers, we've been doing that with, Lassen Fire Council, they hire a contractor, and that gives us the capacity we need. That's why I think using partners. I may have said this in the previous meetings I've been on behalf of the plumbers, like 10 years ago, if you asked me like, well, why do we want to use partners? But now I've seen the light a little bit. For me, it was like, you got to do this internally, but we can't always hire in the mechanisms we can, so we can actually use partners. So I can attest, Lassen Fire Council does that kind of work for us. We should also explore other opportunities with other partners as well.
I think the RCDs are another good one you guys can utilize, especially like on some of your engaging and whatnot. I mean, that's all this stuff comes full circle, rolling this together, and I think you're on the right track, and I just want to keep patting you on the back to keep doing a good job. Push into the gray area. You're doing
Yeah.
good.
I like the gray.
Have a question?
Yeah, so Mike, on the reforestation up on, in the park area, is that, around the, 4489?
I don't know exactly, like, I don't have, like, I can't think of the footprint right now in my mind, but I just
Okay.
know it's in the park fire footprint.
All right. And then just this last weekend, I mean, I did see where, you know, there was a bunch of, Sierra Pacific where they cut and piled and ready for the winter. You know, it does look good along that corridor.
Yeah,
And so
I think it looks fabulous, you know, I know, you're already seeing vegetation kind of responding back. A lot of times you won't see it until like at upper high elevation stuff is starting to kind of already grow back. A lot of the shrubs are really small growing, so that wasn't damaged to the point where it's not going to be just soil, exposed soil. So I think the work looks really good, you know. So I will pass that along. So when I see them tomorrow, I haven't had a strong work relationship with SPI. They are a little bit more isolated on the backwards, but you know, I'll make sure I pass that on.
and then and then I appreciate the Forest Service working with SBI, and they unlocked that gate up on Eagle's Nest,
Oh, good.
you know, and so I just encourage the Forest Service to keep working with them so that they quit locking us out of our land.
Yep.
I don't appreciate that.
Yeah, we have some issues on the west side on the park fire footprint. And it's, you know, a lot of times it's their land, their roads, and so they've been really good community partners. We have a couple of bridges that are burned from the park fire, and you know, they're right there at the table, being a community member and saying, hey, we can help out. And so some of those issues on the west side are really complicated. You know, you got bridges that, you know, I'm sure it was probably like maybe your grandparents built them. You know, it's stuff that's wood bridges. You know, it's pretty amazing when you go look at them. Like, hey, someone made this. So, and we got to find these solutions as a community. That's probably one issue that we have. I actually have a meeting tomorrow with the Hama County. That, you know, we got like 46 residents that are affected by 2 bridges and a big landslide. So everyone's kind of table working together.
And I also encourage you and Rick to bring your supervisors out from Washington, and so that they can tour that the 36 and 44 areas where Sierra Pacific has reforested their land, and see, you know, what the Forest Service should be doing and taking away those regulations that are hampering you guys from doing that. Because that should be the Forest Service's model to to getting the force back in shape. You know, and, you know, I mean, and I've seen that there's been a lot of work done, from your crew when I'm out in the forest and I appreciate that. And I also want to, everyone of us here on the board need to thank you for your cooperation and collaboration of being able to use the forklift at the fair. It was because of Mike that was able to get that done. And that was a vital tool to help our fair succeed. And so every one of these guys need to be thanking you for that, and I do.
That was awesome, Mike.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was a really easy request, actually. I think maybe it's supposed to be me. Everyone, I don't know, as soon as I asked the question internally, it was like, yes, yes. And I'm like, I think I just tried to get a text like, you break it, you buy it, right? It worked out well. I actually enjoyed it better myself personally. My family came up and
Good.
you know, so they had a good time, you know.
Yeah, and then you have another question.
And one more thing, and you are going to be top priority on my list during the next week or so that we can get out and have our tour.
Give me a call and I'll
And I
stay
know
too.
Fridays,
Fridays are better, but I will say too, for people who have my phone number, I actually had something happen over the weekend. My work phone completely got wiped. And so I haven't done the typical how to synchronize your phone yet. I probably won't be able to figure it out. So if you want to text me, hey, this is so-and-so, that'd be very helpful with regaining contacts. So I've slowly turned into my father with technology here. So I know there's a way to do it, but I don't have to go back on like almost triage mode. Like, well, I'll just go and reprogram from the previous phone I had, but I don't know what happened. Like just woke up and went through an update. So if you want to call me, please text me with your number, please. So,
Just so you can text.
I'm done.
Okay, Aaron?
One last thing, God forbid, I hope it never happens. If you have an incident fire on the Lassen, you need to stay in charge or have one of your people stay in charge of the incident fire. These incident people, they come in, they're from out of the area, they don't understand, they wait till noon and they got this grand idea they're gonna start a backfire 5 miles from the fire line, thinking they're gonna do something, then it just expands and blows up. We can't have that happen anymore, Mike. You're in charge now as a board of supervisor. And so don't let that happen. You've seen it happen way too much and it's right down there at your house now.
Yep.
It's a serious problem.
And they do this crap all the time. I know that backfire can be beneficial, but it's gotta be done right. You don't do it at 11 o'clock and to 1 in the afternoon and then have the winds come up and take it away from us. It's pass backwards. Hopefully you can stay in charge of that and don't let any of that silly crap happen. At least on the Lassen while you're in charge.
Yeah, I've been staying in contact with Sheriff McGarvin. One reason I want to have our chief one and John meet this morning is because there's been some issues just to the south of us.
Yeah, it's sad. And it's truly sad. And
Yeah, we've lost communities.
look over there at your community where you live, over on the Beckworth and the Plumas. I mean, it's.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I think that's the intent. But we want to have, if we have a home incident, we usually rush back from any kind of like vacation, so. That we actually know what's going on, we know the weather patterns, we know it gets windy in the afternoon,
So don't let these guys come in and just take over.
yeah. Sheriff McGarvin kind of gave us kind of a download of the last couple of weeks this morning, so.
Good.
We're staying in contact, making sure we're staying in unison, so.
All right.
All right. Well, thank you, time. I'm gonna run out of here because I have another meeting right now.
Yeah. All right.
Thanks a lot.
Thank
Mike.
you.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you, Mike.
Take care.
Okay, F1.
That's me. Good morning, Board. Michelle Ederoga, Deputy Clerk of the Board. This is just this is an appointment for the RCRC ESJPA to appoint the, to appoint the Director of Public Works, Amy Schmidt, as the second alternate. So this board consists of one regular appointment, which is Supervisor Alba, a first alternate, which is Supervisor Bridges, and then the second alternate is the Director of Public Works. So currently, right now, it's still Pete Heimbigner. So we're just changing this out to appoint Director Schmidt as a second alternate. These appointments are made in November for the first meetings, the first meeting of the RCRC group, GSFA, GSCA, and the ESJPA are in December, the first meetings of the year. So these appointments are always done a little bit before January.
Right.
So, on this, you know, I asked to have this put on there because they had an ESJP meeting just this last week.
Right.
I mean, Amy, the only thing she could do would be just call in and listen. She couldn't have any comment because she's not on the regular member. We need to get her on there. And I don't know if it would be prudent, and I'm just gonna throw this out. I mean, it's not, and I don't think they'll take it as such, but to have Amy, and we're gonna try to get somebody else, so to maybe have Amy be the first alternate and then her designee to be the second alternate, because I know we're trying to get some transition to get a manager out there or somebody else in charge of that. And so that we can have more people participate in that meeting that have a better understanding.
I think that's a great idea. Yeah, we can look into that. Our recruitment didn't, produce a candidate, so we're gonna continue to recruit, but we can explore that.
Okay, so I mean, I would like to see that Amy be the
Alternate.
first alternate and then her designee to be the second. Second.
So this is for the RCRC, correct?
No, this is for ESJPA. ESJPA, it's a subsidiary of RCRC. It just falls under the RCRC umbrella, ESJPA. And this is strictly for solid waste. It's environmental stewardship.
Services Joint Powers Authority.
Yeah, and basically it's for all the solid waste. For solid waste, part of the house.
So, and how long do they, meet? I mean, how often do they meet? This,
Maybe 6 times a year. They have a meeting together.
No, it's all right.
It's not a whole lot. I mean, this is, they're not August 20th. I don't know if they've got a,
Are those Zoom meetings?
or in person.
Right.
Yeah, you
Either or.
can go in person or via Zoom, but, you know, you gotta be delegated to have any voting or ask questions to participate. I don't know when they're next week.
so do you go to these meetings?
I have before in the past. I didn't go to this one because I'd have to stay over the night in Sacramento, so I didn't go. No, I did not do it in person. I attended the previous one in person.
Yeah, because I mean, it should be the people that are on the solid waste board.
Yeah.
It is who should be attending these meetings
Yeah,
to,
exactly. That's why I said Amy or the.
well, she's not on the solid waste board. You and, Mike Scanlon. are
Well,
on the
she's the
solid
general.
waste board.
She's the
Executive?
executive. Yeah, it needs to be them. They're the ones that. They know the ins and outs of the daily operations.
They know
The
what's
rules
needed.
and the laws. Yeah, they know what's needed.
Well, according to the item, the wording indicates or suggests that the alternate member is supposed to be from solid waste staff. I have not reviewed how this commission is put together, so I would refrain from adding the designee language at this point because I don't know what the restrictions are. I think you can make that appointment today of Mrs. Schmidt, and we can come back to you for that language at a later time.
It just says an alternate, doesn't say which one, so we just take first alternate versus second or the nine.
Well, I think that depends on how this particular commission or this is structured. So not every commission, entertains the idea of having a first or second alternate or multiple alternates. So we can look into that, but I think what the CAO is suggesting is we appoint Ms. Schmidt for sure, and then, once we have
With the
clarity,
wording provided.
yeah, we can clarify and then come back at a later date to appoint designees or alternates.
The county doesn't oversee this commission or this committee or this board, so it's like, I don't know the information on it, just the CAO and county council has suggested it's something that would need to be researched. So if this isn't an in-house board or committee that you guys are used to me, or that the board is used to me talking about or giving explanation, I don't know. Because it is an outside board.
Yeah, it's an outside board under RCRC is what it is. And it's usually the designate or representative to RCRC is usually the primary, but then all the counties have their people underneath them, whether it's a public works director or the solid waste manager or whatever. They've got different people that are always go to these meetings, that understand the process. And Amy needs to be part of this. She needs to be the first, and then her designee. I don't know if it's Matt May or when we get somebody to manage out there at the dump or whatever would be the other alternate. So they can stay, because that's what they talk about solid waste stuff all in this. So that's all they talk about is the solid waste, the rules, the laws, and the different programs that people are using, and that they always have calorie cycle. They're always giving updates about all this stuff that only affects the dump. And so for a supervisor to be on there, that's just, it's gotta be Amy and the people that understand all this stuff, because they're the ones that deal with it day to day.
Don't disagree. I'm just saying, it says one, and so I don't wanna.
Well, in the past, there's always been three, and my suggestion was, but we need to do Amy today regardless. And we can come back and revisit this again, probably in November.
Okay.
When
That sounds good.
the cycle starts over again.
Yeah.
And so then maybe we'll have a better understanding of what Amy's needs are, but we gotta have somebody that Amy can designate off if she can't stand there.
And I didn't speak for it, and they were sitting there, he's snuck in.
Listening upstairs, I thought I'd just come down, be of use. Where I needed to be.
So anyway, that's
Yeah,
my.
I wanted to hear your,
Yeah, what?
I want to hear it from you.
I mean, I think it's pretty customary for, the solid waste manager to have a role in the ESGPA for most counties. And, again, I don't know the actual, how they delegate the designees, if their alternates are replaceable, if they're designated. If one person can't show up, can the other person just come in? We'd have to look at their bylaws, and probably when November rolls around would probably be the better time to do that. But for now, yeah, I'm happy to participate and be involved.
So is there gonna be a meeting in between now and our November?
I would just look in your call. I didn't see it in the packet that I got, but I can call.
Well, I mean, we definitely want to replace Pete Heimbigner because he doesn't work for the county anymore. So the first right step would at least be to get a second designee, which would be myself, second to
agree.
Aaron. So I think appointing me today would be a good first step, because we don't need to have a vacancy when we have someone who can fill that spot. So, but as far as,
Better to be prepared.
yeah, as far as, additional designees, and it may just be something that we just have to look into when the appointments roll around again.
I would make that motion today that we appoint Amy Schmidt as the alternate member to the ESGPA.
Yeah, I have a motion
Second.
and I have a second by Mr. Scanlon. Is there any public comment? Bring it back up here. Vote. Those in favor? Aye. Opposed? So moved. Thank you.
Look forward to working on it.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Don't go anywhere just in case.
Okay, well, I'll hang out for a few minutes.
Okay. G. I want to pull three.
Okay. For three. Any others?
I would move that we pass the remainder of the consent calendar.
Aye, opposed? So moved.
Can we take a brief,
Yes, we can take a 5-minute break. You're
Happy to answer any questions.
I just had a quick question. Is this another employee we're sending to school?
Yes, I actually would have preferred we just approved them both at the last meeting, but logistically, we just didn't make that happen. But this will be a second employee going to the truck school to take their tests. They're fully licensed for the county.
Good deal. And how short-staffed is public works right now?
We're doing okay. We just promoted someone out in Ravendale, so you can see for that promotion that we're gonna recruit for. So, you know, anybody that wants to work for the road department out in Ravendale, that's where we're gonna be filling the next position. But so far, the road department itself is actually doing okay in terms of staffing. It's the office, solid waste, other areas that we're having a little more trouble getting the higher level positions filled. Yeah. I will report that the last employee that we sent last month, well, just a few weeks ago, he passed his test. So that's one more fully licensed.
You have a new driver.
We have a new fully licensed driver. So
Good.
great news.
That was my question.
Yeah, I got a question. So, at our last meeting, we asked you to, check in with, Workforce Alliance, and did that happen?
I have not had an opportunity to check into that yet, but I believe that, kind of refresh my memory that they would help assist with payment. Is that
Yeah.
right? Yeah, I haven't had an opportunity to look into that, but I will. I think I did an initial check and it was like our program didn't really qualify, but I'll double check on that.
Well, they've been in the boardroom,
Voting it.
several times. And they assured us at each time that they would assist us
with their payment.
in that.
Well, I'll give them a call.
So, you
Apologize
know,
for-
that's why when we asked last time
Yeah, these schools are
that,
costly, so there's ways
that we
can.
wanted, you to check in to make sure that
I will
we
follow
could
up.
get that person to, to pay for that.
Yeah, I will follow up on that. That would be a good program. Sorry that I kind of let that slip by me. Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll make the motion to authorize a road equipment operator to attend Jim East Park School in Rainy. You have a motion?
I'll second it.
Having a second by Mr. Scanlon. Those in favor? Aye. Opposed? So moved. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Great rest of the meeting.
It's in. Okay. H1. So I have nothing to report. Okay. Saving it for tonight. So Board of Supervisors will recess and reconvene at 6 p.m. at Lassen County Fairgrounds, Jensen Hall, located at 195 Russell Avenue. See you there. We are adjourned.
We're recessed.
Recess,
Recess.
I'm sorry, it's recess. I just said it. Oh.
Yeah, dear.
You hear me now?
Now, is it out? Yeah, that wired mic right there should be turned up.
Okay, we're gonna start this meeting. We're gonna reconvene from this morning. And we're gonna start off, the subject will be, C2. Presentation.
Pull down, right? Quick second.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board. Or good evening, I should say. I'm Matt May, Deputy Director for the Department of Planning and Building Services. We're here this evening regarding lease permit number 2023-010, reclamation plan 2023-001, and an environmental impact report number 2023-004 for TLT Enterprises, operated by Hat Creek Construction. Specifically, we're here to consider certification of an environmental impact report, approval of the proposed Skyline aggregates quarry project. This is a phased project, includes surface mining over the next 50 years, 460 acres, 398,864,900 cubic yards of hard rock at a rate of 450,000 tons per year. Processing for this site may occur on 24-hour periods, 6 days per week, 150 days per year, when contractually obligated. The operator is required to provide notice if this project were approved, or a copy of the contract to the county, a minimum of 72 hours in advance for such work. Aggregate hauling is limited to 300 days per year. And the annual average daily truck traffic is limited to 120 truck trips, 60 arriving and 60 departing. A daily maximum of 800 truck trips, 400 arriving and 400 departing. Although the impacts of this project will be reduced through the implementation of the 38 mitigation measures included in the EIR and the 70 project conditions, this project will result in significant and unavoidable impacts to both biological resources and to the aesthetics of the area. When the lead agency determines to approve a project, which will result in significant and unavoidable impacts, they must make a statement of overriding considerations, finding that the benefits of the project outweigh the identified impacts. The board has not delegated that authority to the planning commission, which is why it's in front of this body. In addition to the findings included in your approving resolution regarding the California Environmental Quality Act, if the board determines to approve this project, it must also find that the project will or will not, under the circumstances of a particular case, be detrimental to the health, safety, peace, morals, comfort, and general welfare of persons residing or working in the neighborhood, including such use, nor be detrimental or injurious to property and improvements in the neighborhood to the general or to the general welfare. And that the project is or is not consistent with the Lassen County General Plan, applicable area plan or resource plan adopted as part of the general. These are just a few maps. This is a vicinity map showing location of the project off Skyline Road. This map shows the phases of the project. There are 5 phases over the 50 years. First phase being the furthest to the east. This map shows where aesthetics will be impacted the most, where the visual character of the landscape will be visible from the public right of ways and from public spaces. This is a map from our surveyor. They're underlying this assessor's parcel. There are 2 legal parcels, which is why there's a condition on this project for a merger if it were to be approved. And the action that we're requesting tonight, we're requesting that you receive the packet from planning staff, including findings and conditions and recommendations from the planning commission. Conduct a public hearing pursuant to Lassen County Code, section 18.112.040. And California Government Code, section 63905, and adopt a resolution certifying a final environmental impact report, adopting a statement of overriding considerations, adopting a mitigation and monitoring program, and conditionally approving use permit 2023 number 010 and reclamation plan number 2023-001 for the Skyline aggregate quarry. Alternatively, you could adopt a resolution disapproving use permit 2023-010 and reclamation plan 2023-001 for the proposed project and decline to certify the final environmental impact report. I did receive correspondence late that I can pass out now, a letter of support and some of opposition. Yes. It's second. Give you those 2.
It's okay, I'll keep on the phones. Yeah, I'll forgive them all. But
we can't see it, and I get like, oh, wait about, okay.
Feels like it's fine.
Say that if there are any technical questions about the presentation, about your staff report, I'd be happy to answer them now before we allow the applicant to make their presentation.
I'm going right now.
Not right now.
Mike? Okay, we got one vote.
I gotta find it here. Anyway, I don't know if it, under, item 7. What?
You have to use your mind.
Not fine. Computers are one. Under item 7, significant reversible environmental changes. In the first bullet point, you have, result in, irreversible and irretrievable commitment of non-renewable resources, including water. How do you figure that one?
What section are you in? Sorry.
Different condition number 7.
That's not condition. If it's Roman numeral, 7. No, number 6. Food inducing impacts, road inducing impacts. So it's significant irreversible environmental changes.
Aaron, what document are you referring to?
I've got it, I think. It's in the resolution. So these are findings that, these are findings that are required of CEQA.
So my question is, how is this going to, be irreversible, irretrievable loss of a non-renewable resource in water? I mean, I don't understand how that's going to impact the water. You're still gonna have drainage, still gonna rain there, still gonna snow there.
Well, I don't think it's suggesting that it's a significant unavoidable. It's saying water will be used. Resources will be used for the project.
Okay, so, my next question is, this is on, UC AD.
Correct. Upland Conservation Agricultural Preserve Combined District, which is typically, this property used to be in Williamsack. It was non-renewed many years ago, and it's no longer under contract.
Okay. And then my next question is, what is the buffer you have on, the west side, the north side, and the south side? The buffer.
I'm not sure what buffer, there are several different types of buffers in the environmental document. I'm not sure which one you're referring to.
Well, what's the buffer on the west side of the property? Is it 100 foot?
So the buffer that they're on the west side of the property,
Yes.
they're proposing a buffer from another property that they own. I'm not sure how many acres it is. I think it's 160 acres.
Okay, and a buffer to the south.
I'm not sure about the buffer to the south.
Well, I just want to know, because that makes a difference on, you know, buffer just based on that. My other question was, is that exhibit 2, you have the Supong tribal, what the heck is that?
That's from their cultural study. That's what they call. That's what they call it. I'm not sure where that term comes from. It is in their cultural study there.
Creeks or seasonal action years?
At Creeks.
And, I guess that's good enough for right now. Okay.
Anything else on there? Got anything else?
That's all for me for now.
At this time, I'm gonna bring, Barry up. You got slides and everything, we've got 20 minutes.
20 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna do my best. Can everyone hear me okay? I want to make sure everyone can hear me. Yeah, okay. All right, so Skyline Aggregate Recycling Facility. This thing has been studied to death. The environmental process started about 6 years ago when we bought the property. It's been going through the CEQA process for the last 5 years. That's the California Environmental Quality Act. It's the most rigorous and exhaustive process, I would say, in the entire nation. You know, and what they chose is the highest environmental document, which is an environmental impact report. So I want to start there, but this thing has been analyzed and analyzed and analyzed, okay? And obviously what they're weighing are the costs. There's always impacts to what we do, right? And everything we do. When you build a house, there's impacts. When you build a road, there's impacts. When you build a park, there's impacts. So I feel like this is a super responsible project, and I'm really excited to get started talking about it. Okay, so who are we? We're Hack Reconstruction. We were established in 1972. We're a family-owned business. We got our started here in Lassen County. My father and my uncle, my mom's here, shout out to my mom, started in Lassen County in a two-wheel drive Toyota pickup that had a gazillion miles called Jimmy, and they started remodeling cabins in Eagle Lake. So when I say this is our home and this is our roots, Lassen County is our home, our roots, okay? So the owners of the company currently still family owned, myself, my wife April, Weston, and his wife Lauren Hutchins. Northern California, so we serve rural communities. The biggest and most important community we serve is Lassen County. This is our most productive operation over here. Local first, jobs, wages, materials, community support. I think most people here know our record for supporting youth and 4-H and FFA and kids sports and those kinds of things. Okay, here's a picture. I like this picture better. The green area, that overall area, so I got this clicker here. So this all the way around is 755 acres. This green area and this green area are 300 acres of conservation buffer that we set up between the project, Lassen College, and my neighbors this way, okay? So phase mining, phase 1, 2027, roughly, 2037, 2047, 2057, 2067. I don't know many projects that come in front of you that are talking about the next 50 years. For us, this is a big deal. Company's been in business for 54 years. So this is our next 50. What we're committing, and what's great about being a local community, a local business in small rural communities is you better keep your promises. You don't end up being a 50+ year company by not keeping your promises. So here's some of the things that we are committing. We are trying to grow. When we purchased Ward Lake, where we are now, there was tough economic times, and when we purchased it in 2009, there was 3 or 4 active employees. We've grown that operation to 75 Lassen County-based employees. I'm super proud of that. Really excited about that, and I consider this area, even though I live in MacArthur, 75 of our employees live in Lassen County. Okay, We're trying to grow that to 125 over the next decade. That's our goal. 7 million in annual payroll, that's happening now. And 25 million in local vendor spending is happening now. Reliable and local supply of aggregate, this is a huge deal in communities like, Lewis County, for example, is running out of rock everywhere. And I feel like it is a responsibility of good government and local business to make sure that we have an abundant and excellent local supply of aggregate. If we're gonna reverse the trends that are happening in this community, it's gonna come from aggregate. Every bit of growth that we hope to, this building, this concrete comes from aggregates. The sewage pipe taking the sewage away from here is surrounded by sand. That's aggregates. The parking lots that were, well, not this parking lot, it's gravel. We'd like it to be asphalt, but the parking lots, the roads we drive on, it all starts with infrastructure. And without infrastructure, this community can't grow. We need aggregate. And we consider ourselves stewards of a very important local community asset. So exceeding California's environmental standards, this is a big deal. Our EIR is 1,500 pages. Okay, 1,500 pages. Worker safety and minimal neighborhood impact. So we have an industry-leading safety record, building a structural noise berm and visual berm on the south part of the property where it's gonna be most visible. And again, that 300-acre conservation buffer. And then a big thing that hasn't been talked about enough, in my opinion, is we have a memorandum of agreement with the Susanville Indian Rancheria. It's a win-win agreement. They're happy, I'm happy. So excited about that. So the rancheria is a huge deal to this community, a huge deal to us. All right, 78 mitigation monitoring of 10 major headings. I am not going to bore this community with that, but I want to talk about a couple. Let's talk about number 5, Skyline Road. Right now it's two lanes, pretty dangerous, having a lot of trucks come on. I don't think what a lot of people understand is we're widening that to 4 or 5 lanes. There's going to be acceleration lanes, deceleration lanes, left turn pockets, additional lighted signage, letting people know the trucks will be entering and exiting that area. I really like that, unlike now where we're coming all the way down Johnsonville Road, I love that we can come out now and go directly to 139 one direction, and we can go all the way out the new Skyline extension and go out 395 to go the other direction. That's going to take a lot of traffic that's on Main Street now off of Main Street just by moving our operation to here and growing it. Number 7, vibration. This is a big deal. Noise is a big deal, of course, but we have decibel requirements. We'll talk about it in the next slide, but vibration. Vibration is a big deal. We're going to have to blast. And what I want everybody to know is that in conjunction with Lassen County, we did a blast on July 20th. That's the day after the fair at exactly 1:30 p.m. We worked with the sheriff. We got the local permits that we needed to do it. It was a 30,000 ton blast. It happened at exactly 1:30 p.m. I didn't hear one complaint. In fact, I filmed it. And as the blast went off, a car went by. I was at Skyline Road and I couldn't even hear the blast because the car was much louder. And we set up vibration monitoring seismic readers at the property line at Lassen College and at the property line at Banner Health. And the vibration was so low that it was unrecordable by those instruments. So really proud of that, really excited about that. So all this stuff about worrying about the hospital and that kind of stuff. I don't think that's as tight as you're gonna get ever, you're gonna do bigger ones. I'll answer questions in just a second. Let me finish this, okay? Because I have 20 minutes, okay? But I want to get all your questions. Okay, so dust, water, noise. Those are the things people are most concerned about, understandably. So the questions people have about that. So dust, we're continuously watering. We have water trucks dedicated to keeping our piles and our roads and things that we're traveling on in the quarry watered down. We have sprayers and all of our drop points, all of our crushing equipment. And we have on-site speed limits and we're paving the access road in. Water, 16,000 gallons a day. Boy, I've heard a ton about water on Facebook. So let's talk about water. 16,000 gallons a day. Boy, that's a lot when you're a layman like most of us. But really, that's a 10-gallon per minute garden hose running 24 hours a day. Do the math. 16,000 roughly. That's what we're using. To put in context, context, a big egg well that runs a big pivot. 2,000 average one is about 2,000 gallons a minute. So that's an egg well running for 8 minutes. That's our 24-hour usage. Okay, so don't tell me water is going to dry up the basins. We're huge fans of egg. Egg is what puts food on the table, but our project shouldn't be in the water discussion, in my opinion. Noise. Property line, we have strict decibel limits at the property line. We know exactly what our noise is going to sound like because we have it out at Word Lake. We know what those decibels are. We're not going to exceed decibel levels because we can prove it with decibel meters. Again, foundation for growth. If this community is going to reverse what's happening, everything that we do, the homes that we live in have concrete foundations that have aggregate. The sidewalks we walk on have aggregate. The roads we drive on has aggregate. Everything, every bit of growth that we hope to have in this community starts with aggregates. Okay? 75 local jobs, paychecks, taxes, all stay in this community. We're trying to grow that to 125 over the next 10 years. And I think our reputation says we grew from 3 or 4 in 2009. I think you can believe us when we say we're going to get to 125. Okay? What are we doing now? Since 2010, you guys can look this up. Since 2010, Lassen County and Susanville has had a 20% decline in population. That puts enormous strain on our schools that get paid by enrollment. It puts enormous strain on every business, every small business. It puts strain on government. And if we don't reverse that trend, every small business, this government, my business, we're all in trouble. And we got to figure out how to do it. And I think this is a big step in the right direction. Skyline is one step toward a stronger Lassen County. I want our youth that graduate from these schools, from Lassen High, Fall River High, they don't have a place to go. I'm really excited to have a place. Some of the people that work for us came right from high school, have great jobs, and their families sustaining wages. Super proud of that. So that concludes my presentation. I'm here to answer questions. I have a couple of slides up there. I'd like to leave this up if it's okay. I do have a chance to rebut at the end, and I just want to make sure that there's no confusion on anything that's brought up or any questions that need to be answered. And I'm here to answer any questions that you guys have, obviously.
Okay, thank you. What we're going to do.
You can ask.
Yes.
If they're on your buffer zone, you have that green belt here.
Yeah. Something right now.
So anyways, you have it appears to be on the east side there, and you said that you guys don't own that, any of those buffer zones?
Oh, no, we own it all.
You own both?
We own it all. We own it all. So this 755 acres we own, and we've set aside this and this at an enormous expense to be responsible and respectful for how we build this.
And you have it in ag production right now?
Yeah, so run some cattle on it. It's not really, it's solid rock. That's another reason the reason Skyline hasn't been, it was built 25 years ago with the hope there'd be a bunch of development. The reason it hasn't been developed is up here about up here where Banner Health is. Anybody that watched that go in, they had to drill and shoot all the utilities because it's solid rock and it starts right at the surface and it's about a 65-foot cap of rock. This elevation from here, as it goes up, there's about a 200-foot elevation rise. So if people can think in a 50-year time frame, which is tough, all of us are thinking, what are we doing tomorrow? I'm one of them, right? But if we can think in 50 years, when this gets mined out, now, because that cap of rock, we drilled it all, and we've also had a geologist confirm it, this cap of rock that we're mining will be gone when we are done, and you could put condos here, you could put more open space, you could put a park, you could put whatever you want. That cap of rock will be gone, and then that land will be developable, much more so than it is when you have to drill and shoot all the utilities now.
on that same map, Terry, at the top, what is that up there? You have the buffer zone up there, you don't have above that.
No, there's just some open bare land up here, but we don't own that. And so we are mining, we are keeping our required setbacks. I want to say it's 30 feet. But maybe Matt can help me with that, but I know we're following whatever the laws are for the setback. But there is nothing, I mean, I don't want to say nothing, but there's no homes close by. The big concern is here and then over here where we have the buffers now. And then also there's another reason for this buffer here. There's some very important resources there that we're protecting that I don't really want to talk about, but very important resources we're protecting there too.
Another question, going back to your water, how many circles of water do you think you're gonna be putting on your roofs to ground water?
Like out on our job sites. Or here. Probably, we run about a couple of 2-3 loads a day now, and then we also pull from our recycle water to fill as well.
Each truck roll is gonna be about 5,000 gallons.
About 4,000 gallons per truck, yeah. So the 16,000 gallons is 4 water truck loads is a great way to also put it in perspective. Yeah, so we have already got a permit and we drilled the well, it's about right there. And it's about a 250, 300 gallon per minute well. Lots of water, about 110 feet in depth. I think we went to about 185 feet. But then down about right here, there's an ag well that has gone in that has nothing to do with us. But so we have just an 8-inch small, like residential size well. We don't have the 24-inch casing, and everything that we're going to do can be fed by that residential size well. No problem. Easy.
Start by getting aggregate, I know you wash some of that rock.
Yep.
How much rock, how much water do you put on those rocks?
So when we rewash, we have a recycle. So it basically as we're washing the rock, it drains out. We have a sediment basin. We pull out the sediment, keep the water clean, and we recycle that water. So it's not a lot. We have to slurry it with lime tree, and there's about a 500 gallon tank on there, and they can run for all day on that tank. It's not a lot of water. Great question, but it's not a lot of water. No, it's a pug mill. And it's run, and so the aggregate goes through the pug mill. It's mixed with water and with lime before it goes into the asphalt process. And we run all day on about 500 gallons of water per day per shift. And again, we only do that probably, depends on how much work we have. Some years it's 0, obviously, because we have to be low bidder. That's the only way we get work. And some years it's like last year was enormous. We probably ran 60 days. Last year, a mix of lime treated aggregate.
And my last question right now, this is a Hack Creek construction project. The TLT is the applicant on this. Explain that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, TLT is the exact same ownership as Hack Creek Construction. But it's an LLC, which is a better holding company. So all of our land as a company, so we have about 3,000 acres of land as a company. Every bit of it is held in TLT, but then the operator is Hack Creek Construction. And you have to ask my accountants why, but that's why. Accountant said so. I just do what they say and just try and keep myself out of trouble. Yeah. I have one question. Go back to your map. And just for knowledge for the audience, it dawned on me, right there where the college is, right up past college and to the right, we used to have a county dump out there. I know right on this land or no, further up here. And it was abandoned because there was no drainage in the rock. Yeah, it's solid rock. Yeah. And people need to know that. Yeah. Wouldn't even, I can remember going up there when I was a kid. And they had to abandon it because it didn't perk right. There's a lot of requirements with landfill and stuff and it rock man moved. Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Gary, because a lot of people keep asking why here, which is a legitimate question. I've spent my career looking for good resources of rock. this is the best rock we've ever drilled. This is the best rock. So what happens, the more dense the rock is, the less asphalt oil it has to use because it's less absorptive. And also we have these hardness tests that in the state of California are super difficult to meet, particularly for asphalt. And this exceeds it by a mile and is just fantastic rock. And so there's rock all over Lassen County. That's what people confuse. But even out at Ward Lake, where we are now, we are chasing good veins of rock and we're having to process oftentimes 4 parts material to get 1 part good rock. And that's very expensive. And again, we have to be the low bidder. Or unlike here, because this deposit is 65 feet deep and it's solid rock, we're anticipating very little reject, which means that we'll be a lot more effective and we'll be using less material, moving less material, less diesel, less labor, less time, and more efficient, which is going to reduce the carbon footprint overall. But most importantly, reduce our costs, which allows us to be more competitive, to get more work, because it doesn't matter how great of a job we do in a Caltrans job. And I think our company sets the gold standard for quality and construction on Caltrans and county jobs. And granted, I'm a little biased. I still believe that though. But ultimately, we only get work by being the low bidder. It doesn't matter how great of a job we did. Caltrans can't give us another job just because they like us or because we do quality work. We have to be the low bidder every single time.
Yeah, I do have one more comment. So you said 65 feet.
Yeah, cap of roughly 65 feet. I don't think that's right. I think they might have guessed the average, maybe. Maybe that's an average over that whole area, but when we drilled, it varied between probably 50 and 70 feet. So the ideally would be to remove the full, what we're guessing is a more accurate average of 65 feet. So it says 53. I haven't seen that. Maybe that's I don't know. But what really matters though, it doesn't really matter in the volumes, because what we're tied to is how many tons we take out in a day, how many tons we take out in a year. So the depth, they don't really, like at Ward Lake and on this project, there isn't any mitigation around how deep you can go. That's not what they're concerned about. They're concerned about how many tons you're shipping out a day, a year. That's what all the mitigations are tied to.
So that's that 450,000 tons a year.
Yes, a max of 450,000 tons a year. And to understand that, I think a lot of people go, oh my God, that's an unbelievable amount. You know, there's quarries in Reno, for example, that probably put out 4 million tons a year. Okay, so you got it, everything's relative, but probably the biggest year we've ever had has been under 200,000 tons out of Ward Lake. Biggest year we've ever had. But what is it going to be in 50 years? That's what we're trying to look at. And a lot of people take 450,000 tons and extrapolate it and go, if they do that every single year, well, yeah, that would be great, but that's probably not the real world that we live in, because we have to be low bidder. And we're trying to anticipate growth 20, 30 years from now. And we have to pick a number at some point to base the entire environmental document on. And so we base it on 450,000 tons a year.
And a total 395 million tons.
So 39 million cubic yards, because people understand cubic yards better, but that's probably over 50,000 tons to convert it. Any other questions? All right.
Yeah, so when you're done with the slope, what's the final slope going to be in your pit?
Final slope is 2-to-1. Great question, because of the mule deer. And so they wanted a slope that animals could easily. So 2-to-1 is down 1, out 2, but it'll be a smooth slope. But basically a 2-to-1 slope is a pretty easy slope. You could drive a pickup up and down it if it's smooth. So 2-to-1 isn't very steep. Most of the construction we do is 1-to-1. You know, the slopes you see on roads is 1-to-1, sometimes a little steeper. So this is 2-to-1 to in anticipation for animals being able to navigate it later.
That's gonna be your final. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, at this time, thank you, Perry. We're
I'm
going
gonna leave this mic on.
Yes. Going to open up the hearing. And I'm going to start with folks that are in favor of this project. Mike, I'm going to have you come up first. If you're.
I'll be the first one.
You're heading to a fire.
I'm supposed to be on a fire in Davis Creek, but good evening.
Go ahead.
I'm Michael.
Let me set up a couple, everyone has 3 minutes. We've got a timer. See where your timer's at. And at 3 minutes, you will be shut off.
That's gonna be hard for Jim Chapman.
He's gonna go. Go ahead.
Good evening. Am I good? Can you hear? Yeah, like I said, I'm supposed to be on a fire in Davis Creek right now, but this is very, very important for the community, to everybody. We're dying. We need jobs. We need families here. I'm trying to, I'm in the same business as Perry, but on the building side. Everything that we do requires sand, gravel for the concrete, all the road base. I don't want to be trucking my product from Reno. I mean, if he doesn't get this passed, I mean, I'm going to be hauling it from out of the area. And I'm out to the pit all the time. He runs a clean operation. Him, Weston, I mean, everything is top notch. I mean, the dust, he has his noise sensors, everything, the safety, he's up on everything. I mean, for the amount of work that he's been doing to get this thing approved is insane. I wouldn't tackle it myself, but, his integrity, Weston's integrity, Hat Creek's integrity is top notch. They do exactly what they're gonna say. I mean, I've had quite a few dealings with him and it's excellent. But I mean, I've been here my whole life and I've watched things dwindle. We've had things come and go. We need growth. We need it bad because things are looming. I mean, the housing market, everything's kind of dropping off. So I'm in full favor of this and I hope it's a unanimous vote tonight. And I wish Perry and Hat Creek and Weston the best of luck. Is everybody in favor? Yes.
I've got 100 cards here, but they were in favor or not in favor. So if I call your name and you're in favor, come on up. You go on the second corner. Always looking. That's. I'm funny beans or no.
So Gary, if I may real quick, I was told, and a lot of people that are here to support us were told that they didn't have to fill out a card if they could if they wanted to, but they didn't have to. And so I just didn't, I wanted you to understand that a lot of people didn't sign that are prepared to talk.
Okay, if you raise your hand if you're in favor. Jim Chapman. Come on up.
Don't worry, guys. I wrote what I was gonna say. 420 words will be less than 3 minutes.
I'm right.
Chat. I got the mic. Is it working? Is it working now? You have to make it work. But anyway, Jim Chapman, Susanville. The 160-year history of our community is defined in 3 periods. From the 1850s to 1910s, and then from the 1910s to the 1960s. And from the 1970s to the 2020s, those were the periods that we had. The first 2 built our community, the 3rd period consumed it. The first 2 periods relied on agriculture and the extraction industries for our economy, i.e. mining, and the railroads opened up the timber industry. The last period relied on federal and state government employment, primarily the prisons. they used what was created by the first two periods. Promises made and promises were broken. We are again at a crossroad, and I doubt I will see the next 50 years play out, but I can speak about the last 50 years. If we're going to rebuild our economy, it's going to have to come from us. We're going to need projects like this to build the future. No one is going to save us. We can only save ourselves. Unless you have an unlimited access to cash, the lava cap that defines the northeast edge of town is useless. Ask the college, ask the hospital. Many millions were spent to build there. Rock crushing proposed by this project is perfectly suited for this site. Now, I grew up in the 50s and 60s to the noise of the mills and the ash they left every morning, but it gave us jobs and the noises of life. Sitting in my backyard on a Friday night, I can listen to the high school game under the lights, or a rock band at Memorial Park, or the cops down the street having a party and playing cornhole. On a Saturday, I can listen to the Speedway at the fairgrounds 2 miles away. The noise of life tells me our town is alive. The more than 70 conditions proposed for this project address the critical issues to mitigate the impacts on the community. That's not acceptable. Then maybe my MAGA Christian nationalist friends who rail about the intrusions of government in our lives will take up a collection amongst themselves and buy the rock pile and make it a no-growth zone. They rail against government, but then want to use government to block what they don't like. The silence that will be brought to the community is one of death, where the music stops, Friday night lights go dark, and the sounds of the engines fade. I, for one, based on history and my own experience, hope this board will vote to support this project with the conditions defined.
Thank you. Travis, Paula, Porter. Travis Porter. Come on up, please.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Travis Porter with Porter Farms. My family's lived in Lassen County for 108 years. Needless to say, this is our home. I take that very, very seriously because Susanville is our county seat. And nothing happens in our county unless our county seat is prospering and succeeding. Right? That's law enforcement, that's social services, right? That's roads, everything in between. So what we're here to talk about today is the future of Lassen County and the future of our community. I believe that what I'm asking is not only for approval of this, but unanimous approval. Because what you guys are voting for here is not just the approval of this project, but the turning around and the beginning of the straightening of this community moving forward. There's nobody in this room that can deny what's happening with rural America. Lassen County is not unique. Lassen County is rural. If we look at rural America, which is the fabric of America, the fabric of our communities, it's something that needs to be protected. And we should be grateful that the Thompson family and the Hat Creek construction team is willing to wager and bet on Lassen County and not go somewhere else where there's more opportunities, more things, because they understand the importance of community and family. And so why do I say this is about the future? Because when other businesses, whether it's a bank trying to decide loan money to an individual to start a small business, they look at demographics. They look at job growth. They look at wage growth, right? They look at investments into the community, right? When other businesses outside of the area are looking to come into these communities, those are the metrics that they're looking at. And at present, we already know what's happening. We've had prison closure. We've had businesses such as Rite Aid's closing, right? We have school sizes diminishing over on my side of the county, right? Which means less teaching jobs, less people in the services such as the hospitals and doctors. When you start bringing in high-paying jobs into a community like this, it's not just about aggregates. It also translates to maybe another nurse, another doctor, another volunteer at a community thing. And I really, guys, I encourage you guys not only to vote for this, but to vote unanimously and bet on Lassen County. Thank you for your time.
Wanted to make sure that you didn't forget me, so thanks, Mr. Chair, for remembering to call me back up. Anyways, like I said, Curtis Bortle, I'm here to speak in favor of the project. So one of the things, I'm sure a lot of people are gonna say a lot of good things about how Perry does his business and what kind of economic growth that we need. But one thing I'm gonna speak in regards to when it comes to economics is I think a lot of people misunderstand, or maybe they don't know. And I didn't know for a long time, but what the government's role in economics is exactly. And the government's role for the economy is to provide known standards and expectations for businesses. Because that, so anyways, like I said, the government's role when it comes to the economy is to provide businesses known, consistent expectations. And the amount of work that Perry and Hackett Construction have already done for this project is well within the lines and the confinements of the laws that the state of California has and that the federal government has. And those methods for studying this project are exhaustive. And everybody knows how bureaucratic the state of California is, and everybody knows the kind of red tape that the state likes to create and mandates that makes it difficult for businesses, that makes it hard for businesses to succeed. And even with that amount of work ahead of them, based on the moral character, the business sense, the good standing that Perry Thompson has as just an individual besides the business owner, he went through all those steps. He followed the rules, the regulations, and the statutes that were outlined in those steps. And he has a right to use his property in the way that he wants to use them. And it's good for this body to concur with those findings. It's good for this body to tell business owners and to tell businesses in America that if they perform the steps outlined in front of them, they're going to be allowed to move forward and succeed. And that's beyond the fact that Perry Thompson is exceptionally moral. He does nothing but spend his own money on the community, whether it be donating for the fair, booking a last minute concert when we can't get somebody booked, donating to all the sports and youth that we have, participating in Rotary. The list of philanthropy that Perry pursues within the community is almost exhaustive as a secret documents that he had to complete to even have this project before the board. And so with that, I'm just going to leave you guys with the final note is, Perry's a good business person. He's done everything right. And I'm sure if there's anything more right that Perry needs to do in order to use his property as he's allowed to, I'm sure he will continue to do that. And so I would encourage you guys to vote in favor of this project. Thank you.
Gonna swap out microphones. Okay, go ahead. Give this one because that was funny.
Well, good evening supervisors. My name is Brian Barney. I'm speaking in favor of this project. I really hope you gentlemen vote unanimously to approve this project. I'm looking more towards the economic of Susanville. I'm born and raised here. From my date of birth till today, I've watched Lassen County slowly die. This is an opportunity for our county to start again, start growing and have the opportunity. Just like the aggregate they're going to produce, this is the base of everything else. This is the base of growth and new growth. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Fred Morgan.
Good evening, supervisors. So I'll make this as short and sweet as possible, but I came out here today, to speak, for Perry Thompson Construction, in favor of this project. So this proposed project aggregate, site. Agri construction is vital. I mean, it's kind of heavily right, everybody's so through. There's vital to our local community, and the plant that we have here, in Susanville, it's also for dead stock, is super vital to what we do. I mean, that float plant that we have here employs, quite a few additional, team members of local community members, here in Susanville. If that wasn't here, probably, got our staff substantially. Not to mention the other vendors that provide product to Hackberry Construction. I know they could echo the same, why they're here, they're doing. And I'm gonna echo the same thing is the Hackberry Construction vital list for the aggregate goes, the cost. Vendors out there, the local contractors, which lowers their costs substantially instead of bringing that aggregate in from, out of the area. It cuts their costs, it cuts the cost of every person that lives in this community. Not to mention the tax revenue that, Hackberry Construction generates for the community. It's not just the revenue that they're creating, it's the revenue that it's, allowing all the rest of the businesses, in this community to thrive and also, generate tax revenue. The donations that Hack Creek does throughout our community, the generous, probably the most generous company I've ever been around. Perry Thompson, Hack Creek Construction, he's not shy at all about helping the community out, kids sports programs, all the community events, the fairgrounds that we're in today. It's truly one of the best companies I've ever dealt with. Managing different things and doing different things in different areas. I've been here for almost 15 years now, and I've had Creek Construction throughout our whole company. Not to mention just Susanville is just one of the best companies that's I've ever dealt with and been part of. So that's all that's saying. Thank you.
Would you come up, please? You're next. Yes.
Here we get this. Chris Montgomery, new owner of JDX Industry Radio Rockingham Media Group. My family and I have invested a lot of money, retirement funds, if you will, to put back into the community for the first time in nearly 40 years. The radio stations are locally owned and operated once again here within our community. No outside boards in Napa. It's all right here in Susanville. It was a hard decision and not something that we took lightly. This project is one of those projects that we had hope in. To be honest with you, I had to do a lot of, actually had to do a lot of research on this project myself because I wanted to get it right, especially being the voice of the radio. I didn't want to look like I'm taking sides per se, but I did hours of research on this project and what Perry Thompson and his team have gone through just to get the approval from the state of California and the EPA. Are you kidding me? It's absolutely insane. And the planning commission, I know here, was very impressed with the efforts that they put in. I could go on and on about Perry, just like everybody else here. He's a phenomenal guy. The company's outstanding. I know he's going to exceed everything they do as far as safety, as far as cleanliness, as far as taking care of the community and the community's concerns. They've been doing it already. There's a couple of things I just want to quickly make mention of. And that is the fact that people are like, well, passing on this project. If you pass on this project, Hat Creek and the tax dollars are already here. They're going to have to go somewhere else. We're going to lose it. Those tax dollars are going to be gone. The biggest thing for me is the fact that this is a great opportunity. We've got a community leader that's done a lot for the community that's willing to invest his own money. The state's not coming to save us. The federal government's not coming to save us. We need private industry. We've got somebody, and we have other people watching us right now. If this project goes through and if this board does the right thing and supports this community and this community's growth, other people will play ball. And we can see some great things and some renaissance here in our community. We're already seeing it in Chester and over in Plumas County. There's some neat things going on. And we need that here in Susanville so that we're not just a gas stop on the way to Nevada or on the way to Oregon. And what I would like to ask the board right now is, if not now, when? If not now, when? We need it now, and we need this unanimous vote from you guys. I know you guys know how important this is to our community. Thank you, Perry, for putting yourself out there and your team and the investment in this community. It's unfathomable what you're doing, and you've got our complete support. Thank you.
Caitlin Midgley.
Good evening, members of the board, Mr. Chairman, staff, and public. My name is Caitlin Midgley. I'm a resident and active community member and a business owner in Lassen County, and I'm here today to voice my support for the Skyline Aggregate Project. I've had the opportunity, like most in this room, to work with Hat Creek Construction in many different capacities. I've worked with them both professionally and through local nonprofits and volunteer efforts. Through those experiences, I've gotten to know Perry and his team and have seen firsthand how committed they are to this community. They believe in giving back, keeping things local, and stepping up to lend a helping hand when our community needs it. I think that says a lot about the kind of investment this project represents for Lassen County. Our community has seen businesses close, families leave, and opportunities become more limited. We need projects that create long-term, family-sustaining jobs and keep more of our local dollars here. Skyline has the potential to provide aggregate locally for decades, grow Hat Creek's local workforce, support other local businesses and vendors, and reduce the need to bring materials in from outside our area. I also appreciate the amount of time and work that has gone into addressing concerns surrounding this project through the environmental review and mitigation process. We talk a lot about wanting Lassen County to grow and about wanting our kids to have opportunities to stay here. I believe we also have to be willing to support responsible local businesses that are investing in making that possible. For those reasons, I urge you to support and pass the Skyline project and what it could mean for the future of Lassen County. Thank you.
I can't remember the last one.
Do I have to push a button?
I just pick it up, really hold it close.
Good evening, my name is Bella Castellaggio. I have come before you today to share my experience with being the only female operator amongst Hat Creek pits. I have been with Hat Creek for the last 3 years and I primarily run a 982M. For reference, the tires are a foot or so above my head and the bucket is the size of a car. When I first came to Hat Creek, I had some construction experience and full certifications to run equipment. Hat Creek saw what I had to offer and welcomed me with open arms, knowing I'd need a good amount of training before taking on a task too large. They made sure to give me the best of the best when it came to my mentors, and if someone's way wasn't working for me, they'd give me someone else, but never once did they set me up for failure. I had encouragement and full respect from all sides, pushing me to become the best I could be. I may have had my own doubts for myself, but my crew and my employer, not once did they let theirs be known if they had any. They believed in me more than I did, and with that, I succeeded far beyond what I thought was possible. They have encouraged me to be a part of the decision-making and resolution process when issues have arrived, and I stand here grateful for every opportunity given and everyone to come. With what I have shared today, I highly encourage anyone looking to get into construction to seriously consider Hat Creek Construction and come join our team. In conclusion, I am looking forward to seeing you all, whether it is loading your personal trucks and trailers or working with you in the Skyline project, which will not only help further my career, but many others in the community as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Entry, Stanford.
Hi there, my name is Gentry Standiford, and I work for Stoneco Construction. We are a local development firm here in Lassen County since the late seventies. We've had the pleasure of working with Hat Creek on multiple different jobs since the late seventies. They've hired us as a subcontractor. We have been a witness to every job site they've been on, and it's been reputable production. Working for a development firm, I've been through the EIR process before. It's stringent, time consuming, and very expensive. And Hat Creek's been going through it for the last half decade. They've had to respond to 20 to 30 federal, state, and local agency comments, and they've made it through it. I hope that they continue to stay in this area, continue to hire local, and continue to spend local. And you're gonna hear it all night tonight. There's not a local event that you set foot on that you don't see Hat Creek Construction supporting youth, the fair. I really appreciate that. Thanks for your time.
Jason Campbell. If I name somebody's name and they're not in favor of this, just let me know because some of the cards are one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of the proposed asphalt plant quarry project. Mr. Thompson has invested substantial time, resources, and care into comprehensive environmental studies and reports. These efforts demonstrate a serious commitment to meeting regulatory standards and protecting local resources. This project will create good paying jobs in our community, opportunities for local workers, and positive economic activity that will benefit families and businesses here. Beyond the project itself, the owner has long been an active member of this community, consistently supporting local events, organizations, initiatives that strengthen our area. I urge you to please approve this project. It represents responsible development that balances environmental diligence with real benefits for the people who live and work here. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Jeffrey Dussel.
Good evening. Try to get used to the mic. I'm here just basically as a citizen, a lifelong citizen of Susanville and Lassen County. I've lived here since I was about 5 years old, and growing up in Susanville, things were simpler, but we never felt unsafe around here. We never felt like we weren't going to be able to get an ambulance. We never felt like we weren't going to be able to have enough firefighters to come and put a fire out. We didn't see businesses closing left and right and buildings rotting in the streets. And we do see that today, and it is a huge concern. There are a couple of concerns with a mining operation. The dust was brought up, and the hospital being closed was kind of a good point. But I would invite anybody to go to the hospital and ask their maintenance crew what kind of filtration system they have for that hospital. It's freaking excellent. They got through the Dixie fire. They have what they need, and they can get what they need if they need more. And this is Hat Creek Construction. It's not some outside conglomerate that won't listen to our needs. If they find out they're getting way too much dust, I trust them to do something about it. And I trust you guys to do something about it. We have the power in Lassen County to do what we need to for our air quality control. I believe it's in their statutes that they have to monitor the air. We have our own air pollution monitor for the county and for the city. Those positions still exist as far as I know. So I think that's a non-issue. And, it took me a lot of math classes just to get to college level math, so I don't trust my own math, but I did do the math on this and that it's not that much of a water usage. 3.2 million gallons per year, if I did my math right, is about 30 to 40 homes. 30 to 40 average homes. Our census data, we still have the sign on the outside of Susanville that says our population is 17,500. And that's not what it is. Our population is more like between 9 and 11,000 according to the last Census Bureau. We have the water usage. We've lost a lot more than 40 people, a lot more than 40 homes in Lassen County. So we have the water available to do something like this, and I think it's a huge investment. As far as the rest of the county, whether businesses.
Fine.
Okay, thank you.
Karen Packard.
Thank you for letting us come and talk to you this evening.
We're still working on, we just got that timer, so let it reset it.
Oh, I don't need that much time. I'm a local cattle rancher. My family's been here over 120 years. As Jim said earlier, this county was based on natural resources. You know, it started out with mining, we went to agriculture, we had logging. A lot of people have moved in, logging's went downhill. Mining is pretty much non-existent right now here. Agriculture is hanging on. And what this county needs, we need more industry based on natural resources, net taxpayers. Everybody can't work for the government. You know, if there's natural resources taken out of the ground, they're paying taxes, it's gonna stay in this county. And I'm 100% behind this project. I've known the Thompson family for over 50 years, and they've been nothing but completely honest and full of integrity. Thank you.
Harry Camacho. Hold that like that close. Yeah.
Okay, good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. First of all, I want to say ditto to everybody that's already been up here. There were great points made in all different areas of Hat Creek and Susanville and Lassen County. So I would like to speak a little bit about the actual experience I had working with Hat Creek. Working at the college, they did a massive repaving operation in front of the college, and immediately it impacted our students. I mean, right off the get-go. We had our students that did not have vehicles and were using the bus system to get to our campus. The poor bus couldn't get through. Our students weren't getting to classes. I found this out on day one. That evening of day one, I called Perry and said, we have an issue. The next morning at 7:30 a.m., I had an appointment with his lead on that job. That individual Hat Creek employee met with me, my maintenance person, the bus, and a bus employee, and we came up with, I don't know how much closer I can hold it.
Don't swallow it.
So anyways, their team met with us immediately. They stopped their work. They met with us because we were having an issue. They didn't have to do that. So we came up with a plan, but they realized that plan still wasn't going to get students to campus regularly. So they actually helped us on their dime, open up our back gate and rough in a back entrance so that the bus could use that to bring our students that had disabilities and our students that just didn't have a car to get to campus. And this was 3 weeks before finals. And then they stopped during finals. Our students went about their merry way and the semester was over. I bring this up because it has to do with the integrity of the way Hat Creek does business and of the owner, and which is Perry and his cousin, I believe. But all of the issues that maybe are floating around Facebook, that this could possibly happen or that could possibly happen, are really addressed in the mitigation areas and also the report that you've all read and a lot of people have read. So I know that if there was an issue, he would be the first one to say, oh, we have an issue, how can we fix it? That's how he presented himself to the college and helped us. And we weren't even a partner. We just happened to be on the road he was fixing. I can also say that on the partner side of it, he was very easy to work with when we were having programs on campus. And I hope that if the board passes this, I know that in the future, we will be able to work with Hat Creek Construction with some more vocational. Wow, sorry. Thank you. Hope you know, yes, thank you.
Joe, you get it.
Oh, Joe Egan, is that good enough for you?
Yeah, there you go. That's pretty done, almost kissing.
Good. Joe Egan, local resident, long-term resident, and fully supportive of the project. I think the EIR speaks for itself, and of course, the economic benefits are desperately needed. I would normally hesitate to correct Jim Chapman on any kind of historical accounts, but I think there's one thing he missed. In the 70s, what happened here in Susanville is with all the national chain and national stores that came in, we lost a ton of local business. These were the guys that were involved in civic organizations, local politics, supported every youth group, and made the community work. Harry came onto the scene and has done a huge job in filling that void. There's not a single support he doesn't support, youth organization. One of the hats that I wear is as the chairman of the Lassen Junior Livestock Auction every year. And without Perry, we could not make it happen. Perry steps up every year, and one of the things I always appreciate about Perry is that he doesn't just buy the high-priced animals. When we're sitting in the ring and can't get a bid at the end of the sale, it's Perry we look to, but he steps up every time. We need more Perry Thompsons in this community to get the culture of this town back and to make the community work. And I hope you guys will consider that in your vote today.
Daniel Torres.
Good evening, board. My name is Dan Torres. I come from the far western edge of Lassen County, over right next to Shasta. I work for Ed Stahl and Sons, work hand in hand with Hat Creek. Without Hat Creek, I probably would not have a job in the industry I have it in. Not only that, my dad and my brother both own their own trucks. Do a lot of work for Hat Creek. They wouldn't own their own trucks without Hat Creek existing. I believe the economic impact outside of just the jobs they have listed is not thought about enough when it comes to terms of small businesses, single employee businesses like a truck, things like that. There's certain numbers of smaller businesses that they have to hire on certain jobs in order to get those jobs. And so the amount of new trucks, new business owners that you would bring in, taxpayers, everything along those lines, I don't think you can count right now. If they double the amount of rock that they do a board lake, those numbers are going up as well. So please vote in favor. Unanimously would be great. And thank you for being here.
Yeah, Bill, I have a speaker card for you. Are you for or against?
Random would be nice.
Good evening, Jeff Hemphill.
You'll have to really hold it up there.
Jeff Hemphill, Lassen County resident, former supervisor, and this is a project we need, and it's not about me, it's about, I'm not gonna be around in 50 years, and a lot of us here aren't gonna be. But in the meantime, we've got youth. I've got a daughter. I have a daughter that just graduated high school, and she doesn't really know what she wants to do, but she works in a local business. And she said the amount of Hat Creek employees that come in there on a weekly basis, it's unreal. And they support local businesses, and you gotta have jobs here, and this is the, like everybody says, it's time, the time is now. We gotta make things happen here. I hope you guys vote unanimously for this project to bolster our community and save our community, and so that people like my daughter don't have to move. And I, as a small businessman, I sell hay, and I got a lot of Hat Creek customers. I appreciate them, and I really hope that the right decision is made here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Jim Maribor, are you for or against? Yeah.
Jim Maribor. I don't have anything negative to say about this project. I'm all for it. I'm not here to give you a chat GPT answer or questions. I'm here to ask for a proposal. I don't know if it's too late in the game. I don't know what it's gonna look like. But if we could put in that permit somewhere, or even partnership with them to connect the Anderson Road down to Skyline, so we have a alternate route out of the hospital, and so if we ever have to evac that hospital, we'll have a secondary route. Because right now your hospital has one way in, one way out. I'll just see if we could propose that or not.
Good evening, Richard Egan, local rancher and resident, and I'm here today to speak in favor of the Hat Creek project. Can you hear me? I can't.
You're doing good.
And I could go on and on about the things that have already been mentioned about the economic impact, the sales and property tax, the employees, the good character and things that Hat Creek has done and continues to do in the community. But I'm not sure what that was.
It's enough.
At any rate, you're gonna hear plenty of those things from the people you've heard from and those that'll come after me. What I wanted to talk just a little bit about with the board is this term that we all hear about called economic development. And I understand that means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. But you, over the last 30 years as the board of supervisors, have been called upon to engage in economic development. And most of the time, that looks something like startup hog farm looking for a loan, or a failing restaurant or logging company that's looking for a grant or a loan, or the federal government that's looking for you to spend millions of dollars on a plan to reuse an army depot, or a community group asking you to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on an event. And here you have before you today a company that's not asking you for any of that. In fact, all they're asking you is for the opportunity for themselves to be able to invest a pile of money, take on an enormous amount of risk with their own property. I'm not sure what's going on. With their own property, so that they can produce a product that's desperately needed in our region. And I think that's noteworthy for the board to consider, and I highly recommend that you support the project.
Kevin. WMA. Are you for or against? Okay, one up.
Right now.
I would name nobody can pronounce anyways.
Really speak into that, Mike.
Sure, my name is Kevin Tron, I'm the superintendent president at Feather River College over Quincy. I'm here to talk about the benefit this will bring to taxpayers. I've never met Perry Thompson, I don't know him, I just met him this morning, or earlier this afternoon, I don't know him from Adam. I can't speak on his behalf. But in terms of taxpayers, our college is slated to do a 70 to 80 million, could be 100 million with inflation. In 2 years project, we're replacing our upper campus. Infrastructure needs on that have to be, I didn't calculate this, I'm sorry. They have to be $5 to $10 million worth of infrastructure. I would love that to go to a local company. Our asphalt, last time we did asphalt, we had to go to Reno, we had to pay excise taxes, get across the border. We had to drive. Our local taxpayer money went to Reno last time we did an asphalt project. We're looking at a $5 to $10 million we're to spend on infrastructure in the next 2 to 3 years for our project. People always ask me, why don't locals bid on these big projects? I would love that opportunity to save the taxpayer money, have a local bid. Like Carrie said for Lassen, we just had a project for a football field, $1.4 million, went to a company out of Chester. He is great, he stops by, he checks on it. That's a local taxpayer money that is staying local. I would really like to see that happen. On top of that, if you have Feather River College, we have a CDL program, we work with the mill at SPI. I would love to partner with a different company that's local for CDL drivers. We have a bachelor's degree in ecosystem restoration. I would love to partner with the company. If you're worried about the environmental, I can get 10 students over here like that, doing an environmental study on it. I would love to partner with that. I love that opportunity. So I'm speaking on behalf of the taxpayers, saving money, local business. I'm in favor of this project.
Is there anyone else in favor of this project that hasn't spoken yet? Young lady in the blue, one of them.
I did fill out the.
State your name, please, for the record.
We really have to hold that close.
All right, can you hear me? Normally I don't need a mic. I'm Dee Montgomery. I moved back here to Susanville 25 years ago. I started school here when I was 4 years old. I love this country. I love the whole thing. I have 6 generations of family members from Fernie to Doyle to Quincy, all over. We love this country. I brought my kids up here. Christopher and his kids live here now. I brought my other son up. He worked out at the prison for a while. This community needs this for good paying jobs. I have talked to everybody out of Eagle Lake. I had a business out there for a while. They are all for this. Where I live, all right, that green buffer zone right there. I live, my whole road goes up there. There are 13 houses and properties up there. Anybody's gonna get affected, it will be us. And I can tell you, I hear more noise on Bass Hill than I hear anything on the other side. And we're close. I don't hear anything from 139. The water problem there, my well is 240 feet deep. The water strata there is great. They went through 20 plus feet of rock. When he tells you there's rock up there, there is. He can come get some of mine. I grow rocks. I really feel it's good for our community. I went up and down. We have a couple of businesses that are going to close this month and next. I'm tired of seeing empty buildings. My son and I have the radio station. We want to get this community back together. We want to see businesses survive. This is an opportunity for kids to go to school. They don't want to go to college. They can get a degree in this, in any kind of thing for this. They can do truck driving. that is a six-figure job down the road. You don't do that. We lost the prison, which was a six-figure job. We lost a lot. My husband came and worked there. He was a doctor there we were gonna do it for 5 years. We ended up 20. So I know this community. I've seen things come and go. I urge you and everybody here that we need this. This is a good company. Like I said, I did my due diligence at the last minute and I have had no opposition. And I thank you and I really wish you would all do this unanimously because we need it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna call you last to put on your card, Hanson, if you want to be last, so. State your name for the record, please.
My name is Jerry Rice. I'm a local vendor.
And you have 3 minutes on the way to use my timer, so go ahead and start.
I have supplied parts and supplies to Hat Creek for over 35 years now. And everybody's already talked about all the jobs and stuff that they bring to the town. But what I want to speak on is on the vendors. So the more jobs that Hat Creek gives, that means the more hours and more people that we need in the stores to help. So I hope that you guys vote yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. State your name for the record, please.
Yeah, my name is BJ Hubbard, and I just wanted to provide a quick different insight. I grew up in Gardnerville, Nevada, which is just south of Carson City, in the Ranchos, as the little neighborhood that it was called. In the Ranchos was Bing's Material Pit, which started in 1965. You can see it right here in the middle. I grew up in a house less than a mile away from Bing's Material, and both sets of my grandparents lived within 2,100 feet straight line of Bing's Material. My elementary school, my middle school, the parks that we played at, and all the roads that I rode my bike on were well within a mile or two of this pit. There was never a time that anyone complained about dust or noise. When I was 18, my parents divorced and we moved into a duplex that shared a fence line with this pit. I never heard anything and I never experienced anything that was negative. So this is a real world example of a place that's not very far from here with a mine and a quarry, just like what's going in. They had an asphalt plant and a cement plant that provided all of the same aggregates. So I just wanted to provide that perspective of a real world scenario. Thank you.
Thank you. Put that on display, so if anybody wants to see it, they can start looking at it. Is there anyone else that's in favor? A young lady with her hand up. Take your names for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Kate Grissom, and I actually drove up here today from Red Bluff. I wanted to lend a regional voice and support the Skyline Project. I'm the co-founder of a community-based organization in Tama County. We focus on strengthening our rural community through economic vitality. Much of our work lives at the intersection of education, workforce, and private business. I've been following this project for a little over a year. And what has stood out to me is the level of private investment being made, not simply in business, but in rural community. When we talk about economic development, I appreciate looking at it as a three-legged stool. We have business attraction and retention, community development, and workforce development. The Skyline Project has all three. It creates jobs and economic activity today, as we've heard about. It invests in the infrastructure and vitality of this community. This thing does really cut out.
Very touching.
That really does it. And perhaps most importantly, it takes a long-term view of what's possible here. Can you hear me better that way?
Yeah, so go ahead.
All right. For rural communities like ours, that really matters. So basically what I'm getting at is through economic development, this project hits all three of those. And for rural communities, it really, really matters. We need private partners willing to think beyond immediate return and recognize that investing in the strength of its community ultimately strengthens the business itself. This is the kind of forward-thinking rural economic development we need more of. So I came here today to not only encourage you to vote yes, but also commend you. I really want to commend this community for being a solution-oriented mindset and also your willingness to think and act boldly about its future. A project like this can be a tremendous gain for this community, as everyone is saying here today. But I want you to know from where I sit, its impact reaches farther than that. It gives something incredibly valuable. It's a model for what meaningful private investment in rural America can look like. So thank you very much.
Standing up there in the black t-shirt, please.
State your name for the record. Patrick Parrish. I'm representing myself. I'm neutral, so I just had some questions. I think Mr. Hackreek was gonna be able to respond to possibly later. So my question was for the residents, past Skyline, and as you go towards that little section of houses on Spring Street, North Fairfield, Mesa, Howard Street. My question is, how far does, I know you're gonna cover it with dirt, so forth. Is it all the dust that's gonna be, covered with water? What are the wind patterns? Because my concern.
Ask the question to us, please.
Say it again? Oh, I'm sorry. So my question is, what is, I'm not sure if it's on any of your reports, what is the wind pattern? I know you have the buffer zone. What is the wind pattern going from that site to a little sliver of people in that section right there in the city? Because if you have dust and whatever, and it's going into the city to the residents of Susanville, they're gonna have a problem and they're gonna have some complaints. So I'm not complaining. I just want to know what's the wind patterns? How far does that dust actually carry? If it, I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Okay, well, we will take care of that. Okay. We'll wait if you want. We'll wait. Anyone else in favor? State your name, please. Sir.
Good evening, board. My name is Weston Hutchins. I'm Perry's business partner. Figured I better introduce myself. My name's been mentioned quite a bit tonight as well. But just want you guys to know that both Perry and I were products of a small town community. Both grew up in Fall River. Went to the FFA program, 4-H program. Went on to college. Both graduated construction manager, Chico State. Both left these small towns. We're gonna go blaze our trails in the big city. Both can agree that we figured out in about 5 to 7 years, and we really miss home. How can we go home and make a living and take this expertise that we learned and bring it back to these small rural communities? I left college in 2001, graduated with a construction management degree, went to work for Granite Construction in Reno. And for 7 years, we would come from Reno to do your work in this town. That's how this whole idea started. Was when I came to work for Hackett, I said, why don't we have a facility in Lassen County instead of Reno coming and kicking our butts here on all these projects? So we made a big map and started thinking about how do we get more jobs and more rural communities involved in chasing aggregate and everything. And the best rock, as he said all night, is right here in Lassen County. We've been to Alturas, we've been to Wairika, we've been up to the Oregon border. The best rock you have is right here. We want to bring that growth here. We love supporting the FFA, the 4-H, the local sports. Nothing gives me more pride than seeing our banners at sporting events, being the #1 buyer at the dinners or at the local sales, not just the sale, Alturas, Intermountain Sale, or Quincy Fair, Red Bluff, Anderson Fair. We give everywhere. There's nothing that makes us more happy than to be successful and to give back to the product that raised us, that made us who we are today. So I strongly hope you guys have a unanimous vote tonight. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in favor that'd like to speak? Are you in favor?
One of the gardens. Take your name for the record.
I'm Jerry Maskey. I've been in Lassen County for almost 30 years. I'm CDL driver for 52 years.
And here,
Have to really hold it up and speak loud.
Okay, I'm a CDL driver. I still have a driver's license. I've driven in and out of the Hat Creek plant on Ward Lake and Burning. Working for a subcontractor. My concern is, what is the transition gonna be in front of the plant on Skyline? Which direction are the trucks gonna go? Are they going left or right when they come out? And is there gonna be traffic control? I was told at the desk I could get those questions answered when I asked them. My concern is there's a 55-mile-per-hour speed limit there now. And there's two memorials out there on Skyline right now for fatalities. And the speed limit at 55. I'd like to see what the traffic count is. 24 hours a day, because the prison works on shifts, and at 5 o'clock in the morning and 6:30 in the morning, you get traffic put from the prison. Then at 1 o'clock to 2:30 in the afternoon is for third watch. And then at 9:30 at night or 9 o'clock at night until 10:30 p.m., you're gonna get people for the night shift. At 55 miles an hour trucks, it's not gonna be safe unless there's changes. Is there gonna be traffic signals, four-way stop signs? Or what's the plan?
Okay, we'll have those questions answered at the end of the meeting. Okay, Kaya.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in favor? Jack Hansen, come on up.
Microphone closed, right?
Talk well.
Okay, is that good? Thank you very much, supervisors, for holding the hearing here, and appreciate the opportunity to address the project. I was kind of given when I came in, my name is Jack Hansen, I'm sorry, been a resident of Lassen County since 1982. And I'm here representing my family, our two sons and their families, Wyatt and Brad Hansen, and my wife Darcy. And we're small business owners here in Lassen County, have been since 1982. I was given a choice when I came in to be first or last. And if you're first, you gotta just go on and on, but if you're last, you can just say ditto. I thought that was a good one. So I would ditto all the comments that have been made previously about Hat Creek, their reputation, their integrity. I could relay a story about the late Bob Thompson, and worked with him on a project about 25 years ago. Haven't had any business with Hat Creek up until now. Will I in the future? I can assure you I will. We look forward to buying material out of this pit to support our business. We could either, it was said here earlier, we could either buy it from Knife River, Tiger, Granite, somebody else coming in. We have an opportunity to buy from a local business that's truly a community supporter, and we would take that option absolutely. And I know some of those who may oppose the project may ask, well, would you want it next to your place? Answer to that question is yes, I would. I'd welcome Hat Creek doing a bit like this next to our place. I think it's a great business for the community. I know a number of the youth in this community that have been hired by Hat Creek, and they've all appreciated the opportunity. But anyway, I would strongly encourage the board to unanimously approve the use permit and the reclamation plan. Thank you very much.
letter is one of the supervisors that like that already, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This letter is from Leanne Marie Wood. She's one of my lovely constituents. She says, as a lifelong resident of Susanville, Lassen County, I'm writing to express my strong support for local company Hat Creek Construction and Materials Inc. Living here my entire life, I have seen firsthand how vital well-maintained infrastructure is to our rural community. Aggregate is an essential building block for local roads, driveways, sidewalks, and foundations. They also give back to Lassen County by investing in their youth organizations. And lastly, their employees live right here in Lassen County with their families, where their paychecks will be spent in our grocery stores and small businesses. Thank you for your time. Leanne Wood.
So if there's no other comments in favor, I'll close in favor comment period, and those that are against the conducting of this project, you'll have 3 minutes. I've got names, I'll call the names I have first, and then I'll open it up. People can get a card in. First person up, Todd Connor. State your name and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, board. Everyone hear me? Good evening, board. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Todd Connor. I want to address the March 31st, 2021 letter from the Eastern Plumas Healthcare Board of Directors concerning the proposal Cat Creek Mine and asphalt plant near Portola. The Eastern Plumas Healthcare Board of Directors opposition was unanimous. They raised concerns about air and water pollution, noise, heavy traffic, and protecting vulnerable patients. Our hospitals was approximately 1.5 miles from the proposed mine. But what struck me most was how they ended their letter. They asked decision makers to consider whether they would support the mine if it were next to their own home, their child, their grandchild's school, or where their mother or father lived in skilled nursing facility. I think we should ask the same question tonight. According to Skyline's own project documents, Lassen Community College is approximately 2,100 feet from the quarry area. And Banner Lassen Medical Center is approximately 2,700 feet away. This project proposes approximately 430 acres of mining, another 30 acres of associated disturbance, and roughly 50 years of operation. And this isn't hypothetical to me. I'm here tonight with my mom. She's still recovering from cancer treatment, and she receives cancer care from Banner Lassen. So when we talk about patients and sensitive receptors, one of those patients sitting here tonight. I'm not claiming Portola and Skyline are identical. I'm not claiming this project will cause any particular illness. I'm asking something much simpler. What did we learn from Portola? If your mother or father are receiving treatment at Banner Lassen, or your child or grandchild attended Lassen College, would you be satisfied that we've answered every reasonable question before committing this community to a 50-year operation? If the answer is yes, then please explain why and put that reasoning on record. Eastern Plumas asks its decision makers a fundamentally human question. Would you accept this for your own family? I'm standing here tonight with mine. I respectfully ask this board to consider that same question before making this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Jacqueline Henry.
Get that slide?
Thank you, Nate. You'll have a few minutes.
Jacqueline Henry. Can I have your microphone?
That's on everyone.
Cuts in and out.
All
right.
Close and pop out.
I know. So I'll give it a shot. Hopefully I'll be consistent with my salutation. The 21st century industrialization definitely has its pros and cons. I lived in Scotia at the Pacific Lumber Company for 30 years before moving up here.
Hold it close.
Before I moved up here a decade ago. So I understand the brothers and sisters here. I understand the brothers and sisters here. I know where they're coming from. I live in Scotia for 30 years. So I support any safe commerce for a community. I have some considerations regarding Lassen County and Susanville. Can we guesstimate the Skyline aggregate mine baseline revenue for the county and city over the next 10 years? I know that's kind of a long shot, but it's one of my questions. Also, probability relies entirely on economics of scale. Jobs depend on steady contracts, water resource protection, dust mitigation, indoor air pollution in private homes, blasting vibrations, high decibel noise. Obviously, that's not going to go away. So then I also have a concern about or consideration. I also have a consideration about the sensitive receptor reports of specific locations include children, the elderly, pregnant, individuals, people with asthma or heart conditions, schools, daycare centers, nursing homes that will be affected. With the apparent thumbs up from the Lassen County, Lassen Community College and 2 separate health facilities, this data is of no to minimal concern. I question. What is a silica particulate? Silica is a tiny, sharp glass-like dust. Silica, a known cancer-causing agent, is 100 times smaller than a grain of sand. Silicosis, dust stars that stiffens your lungs. So for the folks working in that environment, God bless you. The rate of particulate scattering depends on the weather. Blasting must cease during high winds. The Beaufort wind scale, wind speeds and direction are not predictable. For the size of the mining project, there will be 3 different industrial particulates: silica, cement, asphalt, the odor of tar, rock blasting and crushing. Some other active pits near us are the Ward Lake Pit in Lassen County, Eastside Pit in Bernie, California, Shaw Pit located in Madoff County, all operated by Hack Construction. I get it. I understand it. I'm not saying either way whether I'm for or against this, but I have my considerations. Also, there was a quote about housing. And so I just want to just get started. It's a lot of Facebook. Okay, thank you.
You know how to pronounce my name. Toddy Waddy. Hi. Down out there, it sounded like Toddy Waddy. Which is my brother's nickname for me. Mary Piowani, I live in Susanville, California. I am a retired respiratory therapist. I spent 42 years taking care of people who can't breathe. It's terrifying to not be able to breathe. It's heart-wrenching to watch them. I have a concern about, like she just said, silicosis, asthma, COPD. I hope that's mitigated. I have my concerns about that. Also, thank you. I wanted to say thank you for having this meeting. I have some concerns about the way it's been run. People wanted to ask questions of Mr. Thompson, who seems to be of high integrity. I don't know him. I'd like to meet him. But nobody had a chance to ask him questions after his presentation. You have an answer.
We're gonna do that. What everyone's done, then he's gonna go back and he's been listening to all the questions.
Okay. And then I think when I've been to these meetings with the city and with the county previously, you drew random names. You didn't say, okay, all of those in favor and then all those against. I think it's better to just draw names and let it roll. like that in the future, maybe, so.
Rules of order are listed that we do in favor first.
Okay, okay, thank you. But my concern is the dust as a respiratory therapist. I've been here almost 40 years. I retired quite a long time ago, but I'm not going to take any more of your time. That's a high concern of mine.
Thank you so much, Mary. Nancy Summers.
There's two.
Hey, you're gonna have to talk really loud.
Okay.
Up close.
Is this better? I know the microphone is going in and out. My name is Nancy Summers. My comments represent my family and supplement comments submitted to the Planning Commission on August 4th. I didn't realize we were limited to 3 minutes, and I had something prepared that takes 5 minutes to read. So I'm just going to go through it, but I would like to make sure that my full comments are made part of the public record. Location, location, location. In my eyes, all of the concerns and objections I have about this project could be solved if it weren't so in such close proximity to the only incorporated city in the county. It's that simple. Sitting here tonight, I find that I happen to agree with almost every comment that has been made and support the economics. My biggest concern is losing the visual landscape of this beautiful, beautiful valley that we live in. I don't know Mr. Thompson. I've heard wonderful things about Hat Creek Construction as an employer. It's probably the type of place my husband would have worked for 40 years ago. No one wants to go through layoffs. I think most of the people in this room have been through layoffs or businesses closing, and it's devastating. There's a time and place for everything. This is simply not the place, in my opinion. Anyone who's been to Inspiration Point or has come down Highway 139 and 36 into town is familiar with the spectacular view of this valley. Fortunately, the general plan and the Susanville Vicinity Area Plan both recognize the importance of scenic resources in the county and support policies to minimize adverse impacts, which will significantly deteriorate the scenic qualities of visually sensitive areas. The general plan acknowledges that scenic resources of high quality will continue to be an asset to the reputation and economic resources of Lassen County. I'm going to have to skip some of this. Unfortunately, Impact 4.2-2 in the draft EIR states that degradation of the existing visual character of the site visible from public areas will remain significant and unavoidable. I'm almost out of time. I hope when you have the time, you'll read my comments. One thing I wanted to mention to people that they may not be aware of is that the entitlement goes with the land. And I know Gary has a wonderful reputation as evidenced by everybody who has commented in this room, but that use permit will be with the land. If that property owner ever changes, then we want to, thank you, we want to make sure that the mitigation measures are written so any employee, any person who owns property in the future will be able to deal with it. I understand that 3 minutes doesn't seem very long, but you have my comments. Thank you.
I just ask everybody to please honor the 3 minutes because that's what everyone else gets. So anyway, Elizabeth Norton.
Good evening, board. Thank you for hosting this. My name is Elizabeth Norton and I'm a resident of Susanville.
You'll have to talk a little bit louder, please.
And I have just a clarifying question. I didn't know until tonight that Skyline Road was proposed to be a 4-lane highway, and I understand there will be a lot of traffic coming and going from the pit area. Right now, there is a, what we call a class 1 grade separated trail along the entire length of Skyline from State Route 139 down to State Route 36. And because the document is 1,500 pages long, I may have missed that, but I don't know how you addressed pedestrian and bicycle traffic that's currently occurring in that area along Skyline, and how it may be affected or could be mitigated during the construction of Skyline to a 4-lane road. So I would ask the board and Perry to take that under consideration, that we need to provide non-motorized access to the facilities like the college, the medical center and whatnot. People using it now need to have, they still have a path for them to get up to those facilities.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I will definitely will help Gary.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jerry Rice. Spoke.
He already spoke, Gary.
Pardon? He spoke already. Oh, that's right. Okay. Mike West.
Hello, my name is Mike West, and I wasn't born here in Susanville. I came here in '87, but I did notice during the wintertime, we have quite an inversion layer in Susanville. The air is trapped here for days. And I just wonder what all the trucks and the heavy equipment that Hat Creek plans on using would affect that. I hope the environmental people will study that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone? Wanna state your name, please? You have 3 minutes.
Give this a try, huh? Push the button and talk. Hello. All right. Okay, so, there's no question, Lassen County, Susanville needs.
Record. Turned on? Yeah. I think you turned it off. I think you turned it off.
Oh, I did.
Just push it one time.
Okay, let's give it a second. Okay, there we go. Okay, got it, sorry.
State your name, please.
Rick Nielsen. No question, the Lassen County, Susanville needs jobs, income, revenue, is no question. No question, Hat Creek looks like a great company. Great management. They did a great job on 36 up there. I'd love to see them do Russell Avenue. But anyway, the thing is, it's just, they found some great rock here, and I understand they need to mine it. It's just too bad it's in town. I live in the bottom left-hand corner over there, and I'm just a little concerned, but it looks like it's gonna go through. The, one thing.
You have to keep your mic up when we talk.
Okay, one thing, the EIR says, the project has environmental impacts that cannot all be mitigated to less than significant levels, particularly some biological and aesthetic impacts. Because of that, the County Board of Supervisors has to make an overriding consideration determining that the project's benefits outweigh unavoidable economic impacts.
Right.
That's from the EIR.
Yeah.
Anyway, I hope that there's no environmental problems. I hope there's no, blasts that upset the communities. I hope the air, the environment, everything is great. And I hope it helps the benefit.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. And also, you've already spoken. Anyone else that hasn't spoken? Come on up, and state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Testing,
Well, you already turned on, I hope.
testing. Right.
I told her close.
Really close. You almost have to kiss her.
Well, I'm new to,
Your
Susan.
name, please.
My name is S.K. Lindsay,
Okay.
and I wanted to attend this because I really want to hear the feedback from the Susanville Indian Rancheria. And unfortunately, I haven't heard anybody speak up on behalf of their perspective on this. I found out 2 things. I found out that the MOU between the company and the SIR, that it was confidential. And I do know that in opposition, these people may be able to obtain a legal representation that can demand a copy of confidential agreement, plus a written narrative of all the activities and dates leading up to the agreement. So there is a right to be able to obtain that confidential agreement, but I'm wondering, why is this confidential? And secondly, I'm wondering, how was the MOU established? Did the native tribal members have any input into that, or was it only tribal leadership? Because when I've talked to some of the local members, nobody has a clue on the impact, cultural heritage impact. And of course, we still don't have an environmental impact. One of the charms of this amazing community is the support that works with, I went to the powwow and all these other things, those kind of activities help feed mental health, especially during times when there's oppression and people are poor. But those are the happy activities, and that kind of a healthy correlation within the community of working together and supporting that seems to make sense. But why is something so drastic as to tear up the earth like this for a total of about 125 jobs? And those people are really not making primary the money that's going to be coming out of this project that will generate this income for 50 years. The impact on the earth is much longer than that. And so I'm just curious, why is that confidential? Can we have a copy of that? And what is the negotiation? What is the MOU? What is the understanding with the tribe and the company that we really can't see? That's my comment.
No one else? I'm just closing public comment. Here, public comment is closed. We take a 5-minute break. We're gonna take a 5-minute break.
Here, here's the time. I'm gonna bring, Barry up. You have. Want to read about it? I do. And, take your time to cover everyone.
Okay, I want to,
Just give it a second.
Talk about Coca-Cola too.
I want to,
That's enough from you. One more time and you're gonna be asked to leave.
I doing something. I don't know if it's turned off. Right. Thank you, DJ. Okay, so I'm gonna do my very best. I want to make sure that I follow protocol here, so I'm addressing you, not the crowd, correct? Okay, so I don't want the crowd thinking I'm being rude, because I'm supposed to address you even though we're talking about their funds. Fair? Okay. So, Patrick, first one, he talked about, wind patterns. So wind patterns predominantly 90% of the time blow this way. So that direction, away from town, that was his primary concern. Gary, trucking, how to enter existing skyline. So that was a great comment. So here are all the plants. There's an asphalt plant, crushers, wash plants, all that is in this corner. We strategically did that, trying to position them from the least amount of impact to the community. So, anyway, we get back to trucking traffic. I'm sorry, I might have confused the group here a little bit, but right now, our truck traffic, again, big year for us is about 200,000 tons. Out there, it has a 2-lane road out on Johnsonville Road. There's a kind of a little ranky, turn pocket, which we didn't have a few years ago. We teamed up with Lassen County, put a turn pocket in there and make that a little safer. Here, we're going gold standard, in my mind, still 2-lane. Okay, but in this region where we're joining, trucks going this way will have a long acceleration lane. Trucks coming this way will have a left turn lane going into the property. Trucks coming from this way have a right deceleration lane to pull in, and trucks going this way have a center lane to start going that direction. So it's much safer than what we have out there. And then we've also talked to the county if there's safety concerns after that. There is discussion that we can put a stop sign, a 3-way stop sign there to stop traffic, but nobody wants to do that unless it's necessary because, nobody likes traffic, and the more you have to stop, the slower traffic is. So anyway, that's the proposal to get started. It's a huge investment. It's a lot of money putting in, but basically I was trying to explain in that area is going to be, instead of 2 lanes, 4 or 5 lanes wide. That's what I was trying to explain. Okay. Next one, Todd Connor. First of all, I want to thank Todd for being a veteran. I have the utmost respect for veterans and huge fan of veterans. So I appreciate everybody's comments tonight, but anyway, he talked about the Portola thing. So we retracted that proposal before we ever got in front of the board. It never got voted down. We made the decision for business reasons. The project did make sense. Also, that community came out. There was quite a bit of opposition to the project, and we listened to our community and we backed off that project. It didn't make economic sense. We were trying to permit it for a large $100 million project that's going on over there. I'm going to say we would have been done 2 years ago. They're still in the middle of that mess, and it's going to continue to be a mess. And I'm going to say, I'm a little biased, but if we would have had the job, we'd already be done. Okay, so, oh yeah, so this is one of the things I wanted to go. This is a distance. Tom brought it up, but also other people brought it up. So, oh, here we go. Back. So this is what people love to talk about. Sorry, guys. So this dimension is 2,100 feet. This dimension is 2,500 feet. I just showed you all the plants are down here. This dimension is 1.2 miles. This dimension is 1.6 miles. So again, we're trying to keep the community in mind, but I understand there's always going to be concerns. Okay, next one was
Jacqueline Henry. Don't forget the right Jacqueline, silica. So great comment. Silica, something we also really worry about. MSHA is the Mine Safety and Health Administration. Think of OSHA times 10. So MSHA visits all of our mine operations twice a year. We have to put on monitors on our employees that measure total dust intake and total dust silica. The great thing is this is basalt rock that doesn't have silica, so really excited about that. None of our quarries have silica exposure, so wanted to address specifically silica, and then we do everything we can to keep dust down. We talked about that, and we have enclosed cabs, and we're trying to get better and better at dust because we're all worried about we care about our employees. We're gonna do right by them. That's what really matters. Okay, next one was Nancy. She was concerned about location, and unfortunately, it's just the location I think is fantastic. This is an unpopular slide with some people, but again, it's about perspective. So this is Bodine's asphalt plant in Santa Rosa. This is in California. Those of you can't see it, you should have put the but this is a massive asphalt plant, significantly larger than what we have proposed. And this is a crushing operation. This is in the center of Santa Rosa. You could say the city grew around it. Okay, maybe. But that dot is where it is in Santa Rosa. So again, like everything is relative, right? Relative to where we are now out of Ward Lake Road, we're pretty close to town. But relative to Bodine, I'd say we're a long ways away from town. So again, it's just about relativity, right? So Elizabeth, also another comment about the skyline. She had a great one about the walking path. The walking path, for those that don't know, is on the southwest, so the opposite side that walking path is on. Even though we own this corner, we're not doing anything on this corner. So the intent is to leave that walking path intact, and all the additional lanes will be on this side of the growth and leaving that walking path untouched. Okay, Mike West, inversion layer air quality. Another great comment. I am not an air quality expert, so I can't really talk about the inversion layer or what effect that's going to have. But what I will tell you is CEQA requires us to hire the very best air quality people, and it's an exhaustive process. People way smarter than me have analyzed the air quality, and it meets all the mitigations, and it's been mitigated to less than a significant level. Okay, Mike, Rick location close to town, visual impact. Yeah, so this is one of the things that the Board of Supervisors, you guys are gonna have to override if you think it's worth it. And you know, I think it's worth it, but we can't mitigate the visual impact. You can't. So you guys are gonna have to override that. And unfortunately, you know, some people think trees are super ugly. So I think they're beautiful. Again, I'm biased, I'm the first to say that. Okay? But we need rock. And unfortunately, rock is a resource that requires a mine, and it has visual impacts. So the only way you get away from that is we go back to 2009, when 90% of the asphalt coming to this area was coming from Reno. For some people, that's perfectly acceptable, I understand. But for people that are worried about jobs and worried about our community, we'd rather be doing it here in town. So, okay, SK. Susanville Indian Rancheria, I'm glad SK brought this up. So AB 52 is a requirement that CEQA now requires, which gives tribes even more power and more control over the CEQA process. The Susanville Indian Rancheria opted in on AB 52, which we would have had to mitigate cultural regardless of AB 52, but AB 52 even gave them more strength. And so what we did is I started going to the meetings with the Susanville Indian Rancheria and met with the tribal council and did a PowerPoint presentation very similar to what we're doing now. That triggered a bunch of follow-up meetings with them and then negotiations with the tribe. And
I want to make perfectly clear, I would love to tell you all the things we're doing for the tribe, but I can't. And it's not me that wants to keep it confidential, it's the tribe. And they have their reasons for that. And I'm not gonna second guess what those reasons are. I will tell you, the Susanville Indian Rancheria is super important to this community, super important. And we care about it. And I was just telling Mark Lint, I think is his name, as a tribe, Susanville Indian Rancheria member. The best operator that we've ever had in our company's history was Doug Wilson. He taught me how to be an operator. And to this day, he's probably one of the best, if not the best, excavator and dozer operator we've ever had. We welcome jobs, but you know, I can't really talk anymore about the agreement because I can't. I just can't, other than I feel like we've met in the middle and they're happy, I'm happy. That answers, I think, hopefully, most of the questions. And if there's any that I missed, I don't know if it's you guys let me know or what's next. Do you have any questions?
The board might have. Go right there.
I got one point very broad that you didn't necessarily answer, and that is, I mean, I know how old you are. Not to figure out to see anything like this planet. Weston isn't either. What happens? You guys sell out to somebody else. What happens to the shoes permit and this kid? What happens there?
Yeah, that's a great question. So that's what's great about, so a couple things. One is to number 10. Number 10 is the Surface Mine and Reclamation Act and the financial assurance. So for the county, unlike the gold mine, it didn't have a reclamation bond, and the county kind of got stuck with some of that cleanup. We have to post a reclamation financial assurance cost estimate that's based on prevailing wages. In my mind, it's pretty inflated, but it's based on prevailing wages. And we have to estimate, and then Office of Mine, the Department of Mine and Reclamation oversees our annual estimate of what it will cost to reclaim the entire site every year. So as the mining grows, as equipment grows, we have to estimate what it would cost to put that back, to reclaim it back to, in this case, grazing, which is what the original intent was. And that bond is posted with the county. And if for some reason we don't ever do it, we get pulled off what's called the AB 3098 list. We get removed from it, which means we can no longer bid on Caltrans or any government work, Lassen County work. So we're very careful about making sure that we abide by all of those rules. So the question is, what happens if it gets sold? I don't plan on selling. I'm a second generation family owned business. I hope we're like Porter Farms and we're 5 generations. That's what I'm hoping for. But you're right, you never know. But I'm going to remind you that in the documents you have, there are 78 mitigations that require us to do an unbelievable amount of stuff to stay compliant with all of the things that people have brought up legitimate concerns about. And most of them are daily inspections, weekly inspections, things we have to do monthly, things we have to do yearly, things we have to do quarterly. I don't want to bore everybody with all that, but those mitigations, the lady's right, stay with the land, regardless if we sell. So those protections, including the reclamation, stay with the land.
On that, my question is that bond, who holds that bond? Does the county hold it or does the state hold it? And we have to go pay the state for that money or you put up that bond? Put in the county's treasury.
So the county is the lead agency and the county holds the bond. Now they are overseen by DMR, and there have been instances where counties in this state have not been doing a good job of managing us. Fortunately, Lassen County has never been one of those counties, but the state has intervened and taken over so that those protections wouldn't be lost at that county level. But that's never happened at Lassen County, but Lassen County is who holds the bond. Was that your question?
Well, I still, you said that the state.
So DMR is a state agency that oversees it, but you guys are the lead agency. So I work with Matt and his staff. They come out and do inspections. They're the ones that take pictures. They file the reports every year when they come and do their inspections to make sure that we're staying in compliance, including truck traffic, the loads that we do annually, air quality. All of that is overseen by your staff and your people. And then they send those reports to the state double checks, make sure they concur and they're doing their job. But as long as they're doing their job, the state stays out of it and you guys stay as the lead agency. And Matt, correct me, Matt or Galen, correct me if I'm wrong here.
But what I am hearing is that the state will be holding the purse strings because counties have, we have to report to the state. And then if you guys are out in compliance, then the state will have some sort of fine or something, and that money, it is held in the state treasury or it's held in the county treasury.
So what it is, it's a bond, okay? And what a bond does is just like cash, okay? Just like cash, you hold the bonds. What that means is, even if our company goes bankrupt, that bond, you can say, you reach out to our bonding company has to honor that checkbook. And then they actually have to hire contractors to come in and do the work to reclaim it. But you guys oversee it, monitoring. You're shaking your head, Tom, but I actually think it's an incredible program.
Because of some other project that I'm involved in.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't thought it was like.
I know that that we have to go after the bonding agent that in order to get our money. And so it is not in the county treasury.
No.
It's held by a third party person and that troubles.
Okay, well, that's fair, but let's just contrast what happened with the gold mine. They had no bonds. You guys had nothing. I think you had to turn that into a Superfund site to try and get money to get it cleaned up. You had nothing. So the protections the county has is that bond, which is real money. Okay, you may have to sue the bonding company. You got legal staff. You sue the bonding company and you force them to honor the bond. I don't think that'll happen. But the other protection you have is if we don't comply, we come off the 3098 list and we can no longer use this 8-digit investment that we've done. I'm gonna tell you, we're gonna work pretty hard to protect that 8-digit investment. We're gonna make sure that we're compliant. And so, I mean, I understand, I mean, you can probably think of a million things that could go wrong, but the state, with all its flaws, this Surface Mine and Reclamation Act, and then tying it with the 3098, and then requiring bonds that are updated every single year, and you have to use prevailing wages that go up every single year. It keeps track with inflation, and it has to be updated with the size. I honestly think, as far as government is concerned, it's one of the best protection mechanisms I've ever seen. Is it flawed? Is it potentially flawed? Maybe, but it's the best I've ever seen. We can agree and disagree, but I tell you, it's pretty incredible.
No, I appreciate that because that was one of my questions, you know, because Hayden Hill had,
Hayden Hill had no bonds.
Yeah. And so I wanted to do that. Just some of the other stuff that was in the EIR, was, on the, grading and earth removal, and with, wind speeds of, 20 miles an hour. You know, I mean, we get that all the time and I don't know how Oh, they don't want to, do it, but I'm sure you will, but.
Well, listen, let's call a spade here, right? So anytime, so Ward Lake Road that we're on now is paved. Why is it paved? Because we're out there. Every other major road that has more homes on it is gravel. So when you're ripping up and down those roads, dust flies, even with gravel, right? When guys are disking their fields, again, I'm a big egg lover. Wind blows, dust happens. Honey Lake, when it's dry in summer or the edges, when the wind comes up to it, where is all that? That's an enormous amount of dust. So will there be dust at our thing that we can't control? Absolutely. There's gonna be dust. Now, it's our obligation to control it to the best of our abilities, but some things I can't control, and that is all dust. I can't.
And I realize that, but in the EIR, it says that, work will be suspended, and so I'm just bringing that up, as a point to the public of stuff that you need to do, and, you know, the challenges out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are activities that requires us to stop at 20-mile-per-hour winds. And some of them are the ones that they're requiring us to stop are the high dust generating activities, which we can't stop without affecting our operations too much. For example, making asphalt doesn't make any dust, right? So we can continue to make asphalt when the wind is blowing 20 miles per hour. But should we be gripping and pushing with a dozer, if the winds are high and we're creating a lot of dust, we can suspend those for early mornings when there's less wind. That's what it's talking about in the EIR, and that's what we're prepared to comply with.
And then the noise level, you know, it just, how are you guys going to be able to comply with that, with your 24-hour operation and the county ordinance of noise is way below what your machinery is.
Yeah, so let's talk about it for a minute. So noise, had a good train of thought there. I lost it for a second. So you're worried about noise on the property lines, correct? That's what you're worried about, is noise?
Yeah, the county noise ordinance states that it's only gonna be 70 dBs, and your machinery puts out anywhere from 80 to 100.
So there's a big difference between noise when you and I are this far apart. And there's a big difference when we're talking, and the reason we have mics when we're even this far apart. So distance is your friend for noise. So when you look at the project and how far away we are from things, the requirement is at the property line, not at the piece of equipment. Okay? So at the property line, what's great is out of Ward Lake Road, we've studied all this. We know what the decibel levels are. We meet them now easily. And we actually have more space here. We meet them easily. In fact, the problem with Ward Lake is that we go right by some homes. And that is the thing that maybe not you, but this board previously had to override, because the one thing we couldn't mitigate was the trucks going right by those houses because of distance. And the truck volume cumulatively, individually truck wise would be fine, but cumulative, so there's individual noise and then there's cumulative noise. We couldn't meet the cumulative requirements of the trucks going by, and you guys actually, not you, the board had to override that. Here, there's no override for noise. So we don't have that issue here because it's been studied to death, and we don't have that issue like we had at Ward Lake.
All right. Yeah, because you're going to have a 120 trucks coming out of that pit.
Actually, we can have as many as 400, so let's be accurate. 400. So
yeah, well, I was just going off of the information.
Yeah, I think that's the average. They're trying to average during a normal busy year.
Trucks going, coming in, 6 trucks going out.
Yeah.
So then
there is gonna be, you know, more truck traffic, more noise.
Well, okay.
That's on that highway.
So
And the study was done in 2023 for Lassen College and for the noise ordinance and at Lassen Park is the only monitoring stations that the EIR could come up. So
that's not true. That's not true. They took receptors within 1 mile, within 3 miles, and within 5 miles, and they studied every single receptor that included every house, and along with Lassen College and Better Health. Every single receptor that was studied. So I want to be accurate. I mean, these are valid concerns, Tom, and I'm not trying to say that they're not a big deal. They are, but I'm saying they've been studied to death, including every single home within a 5-mile radius.
And that's where the noise level comes in and it's in a 5-mile radius.
The noise level requirement is on our property line. That's where it's measured, and that's what we have to abide by.
All right. And also, it says you're only gonna blast 5 times a year. And that's sufficient for your operation.
Yeah, that's actually a big year. 5 times is a big year.
And how are you guys going to protect the Jensen Slough and the Brockman Slough?
So educate, is the Jensen Slough the one that's on the right of the property? Okay, hold on, put that here.
Because they're both
Is it on the right there?
on the south end of the property there and your older ponds.
Oh, yeah, so our site is a zero discharge site. Just like we're like zero discharge, so that's how we're gonna protect it, no discharge.
Are the ponds lined?
No, the ponds aren't lined, but we don't deal with anything that is hazardous. If we do, for example, petroleum products are in secondary containments. So anything that is hazardous is in secondary containments and controlled and monitored by your environmental health agency that comes in, and part of the 78 mitigations we have is complying with it's exhaustive, Tom, but I'm telling you, it's absolutely covered.
And the county comes in and inspects those ponds and everything.
Yeah, so
yearly, monthly, how's that working?
yearly, your staff comes out yearly, and then we have mine safety come out every 6 months. And then OSHA, unannounced, and MSHA is always unannounced, always unannounced.
How about the light thing? That was
The light.
the light on the mine site. There, you guys are gonna have lights in order to travel out there.
Yeah, so I think you're covering maybe 2 things that I'm glad you're bringing up. One is 24-hour operations, which part of this permit we're allowed to do. I'm gonna remind this board that we went through a revised EIR. So we've personally done 2 EIRs out of Ward Lake. One of them was to allow 24-hour operations because Caltrans required downtown Susanville to be built at night. Why would they want it built at night? To minimize the impact to the businesses and the traveling public, right? So I want to be perfectly clear. We hate working at night. Hate it, right? It's less safe. It's really hard on our families. It's really hard on our people to be going from day shift to night shift. We freaking hate it. Sometimes we're contractually required to do it, like downtown Susanville. And when we're contractually required to do it, that is when you see the lights running 24 hours a day. And we can operate as part of this permit to only for projects that require contractually.
Again, we don't want to do it. We hate doing it. We only do it when we have to. But sometimes we have to be big boys and we have to work at night in order to minimize the impact to the traveling public. Those lights are required for part of the visual to be all facing inward on the property and not outward, down and towards the property, not out, bothering people. You know, so talk about light, light from the prison sometimes looks like another sun glowing. It's not gonna look anything like that, but you will be able to see light at night for sure. When we're working 24 hours a day, when we don't want to be.
I know, and in the person, when you first put those up, you could see them in the Raven. So I know that the community had a big problem with that and they mitigated it somehow.
This isn't even in the same zip code. I mean, our Word Lake operations have it now. If you're worried about it, you turn them on now, you go and look. It's nothing like the prison. I mean, that's comparing a truckload of apples with one orange. It's not even close.
Yeah, well, this brought up, yeah, take a look at the prison.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I have.
Yeah.
Oh, the other interesting one that was in mitigation was to have a air quality a street sweeper for the project. Are you gonna just use it in front of the plant, or are you gonna use it on Skyline or house that?
Yeah, so what happens now? We do sweep the roads once in a while, but it's only typically when a driver accidentally opens his gates and spills aggregate all over the road. Then we send equipment and sweepers to clean it up. What's really great about this project is the whole access road there from the beginning is paved. So again, this road here from the plants all the way out, we are proposing on our dime to pave that. And the great thing about that is that, trucks pick up, moist conditions or rainy days, they pick up dirt. And so the idea is that would get picked up before they ever get to Skyline. But if there is we call it a track out problem. If there ever is a track out problem, that's what it's designed to address, is that we're required to put a street sweeper out there and go sweep off the aggregate, which we've been here for a long, long time. And whenever we have a problem, we take care of it. You're gonna get lynched here pretty soon. People want to go home and have dinner.
That's all right.
It's the record, this isn't me.
That's fine. That's why I need to,
Hey, I'm for it. I'll stay here all night. Let's do it.
You're right. I'm glad you're with me.
I'm with you.
The other thing that I had was the fencing around there, address that.
Yeah, so what it requires is any new fencing that we do, any new fencing will be habitat. I can't remember the exact terminology, but there's a certain type of fencing that we have to build. So any new fencing we do will adhere to that requirement.
All right. Well, I think that's all the questions I have for you. The rest are for Matt.
Awesome, those are good questions. Thank you.
Oh,
I really appreciate the detail of the EIR report. And not just like anybody, but almost all the questions that have been asked have actually been answered in that EIR. And I was told, I heard it was a 1,500-page document. I was looking at the abbreviated version because mine's only 360 pages, but still that answered all the questions. Appreciate that.
Barry, I got a question for you. You say you're only gonna blast it 5 times a year. What time of day are you scheduled to do that for?
Yeah, that's a great question. So always in the daytime, typically in the afternoon. And we've kind of figured out blasting where we do 1 truckload, which is about 30,000 tons, just like the blast that we did when we partnered with staff to do that blast as a test blast and put the seismic monitors out. And what that means is they show up in the morning, the holes are pre-drilled. They show up in the morning, they can load that amount of powder, usually by about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and we did the shot at 1:30. The idea is that we're trying to do shots well before 5 p.m. People are home. We're trying to do it when traffic's going by and to try and have a minimal time impact. But that's the time. It's always before 5. And then we also have notification requirements. We have to notify all of our neighbors. We have to notify the sheriff. And I think the fire agencies as part of our blast. So because it does create some dust momentarily that could be construed by residents as a fire particularly. Yeah, it's really well, it's a good program. We do it out of Wood Lake. We do everything we do out of Wood Lake is blasted, same thing. And again, we did the test blast on the 20th of July.
Okay. Thank you. And then, just for everybody's information, you know, what are your hours of operations? Just during your regular business day, and when you have to go to nighttime operations, what are your hours?
Yeah, yes. Typically our people get on site around 6 a.m., firing up operations at 7. I think legally we can run from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., 6 days a week during regular operations. That's what we're allowed to do regularly. At night, we're allowed to, when it's emergency work, we're allowed to start on, if we start on Sunday night, we need to be done by there's 5 minutes. So Sunday night to Thursday night. So then we typically don't do Friday night. And then sometimes we start on Monday night, which means we have to go Friday night. Most residents prefer to have us go on Sunday night through Thursday night for nighttime ops.
Yeah, very good. My next question is, you know, you're a big company. I think your headquarters are in Shasta.
Yeah, I'm going to say that's relative, but okay, go ahead.
You know, the sales tax, so when you collect sales taxes, where it's billed out of, or is it a point of source? Because I don't want the sales tax for the resource here in Lassen County to go to Shasta County. That's where you're going. How does that work, and how can we make sure that we get on a little slice of the pie back in the
Oh,
state?
now you're getting me involved in your bureaucracy. I don't even know the right answer for that. So we have to pay sales tax on all the asphalt oil we buy, all the lime that we buy. See, I'm just trying to see how it would go with another county and not you guys.
I'm thinking of the aggregate.
Okay.
Stuff.
Yep.
Does Lassen County get that sales tax and like their portion, or does it go from Shasta County where your headquarters at?
No, all the taxes from this state here doesn't go to there, but there's something that you do need to know. So when you are the owner, so again, we have to be low bidder, right? Why does Granite Construction keep winning? We take on Goliath every day, right? And the reason, one of the many reasons, is that when we're utilizing our own aggregates, we do not have to pay sales tax on aggregates that we're self-consuming. Every time someone comes and buys a load outside, we pay sales tax at the highest level. We're able to do it at the lowest level, which is the royalty payments that we make. That's the lowest level that we pay sales tax. Same as Granite, same as Diddy Construction. There's a reason that the dominant players all organize their companies like this and have a vertical integration model, is to avoid that layer of sales tax that we don't have to pay. We still have to pay it on the oil. So let's take a ton of asphalt. If I buy it from Granite and come down here and it's $100 a ton to buy the asphalt, I'm paying sales tax $100. Follow me? That makes sense. And it goes to Nevada. Here, when we produce it here locally, we pay the sales tax only on the oil we buy and the outside trucking that we do, but the aggregate, we don't have to pay sales tax on that. So we only pay on the components that add to it because we are self-performing it, and that's 100% legal, and it's how every single construction company that owns aggregates does it. Great question. I'm sorry.
Anyway, I just, I just hate to see, us lose our.
Yeah, so, but again, I go back to 2009 when there's 3 or 4 employees and 90% of the asphalt was coming to this county, right? Now we have 75 jobs, the economy's staying here, but again, we have to be low bidder. And the only way we're gonna continue to be low bidder is to continue to innovate. We're running out of rock at Ward Lake. It's the only reason we're moving, not because we like this location better. We're running out of rock, and not just rock, asphalt, high dense, good asphalt rock. And we talked about before, we have to move 4 parts material to get 1 part rock. It's just extremely inefficient. And so that's what we're excited about this project, is allow us to be even more competitive, land more work, bring more dollars to this community.
I think that was the last questions I had for you, but that one correction, and that is 8 panels, 1 spot. There was.
Was it really? I was told it wasn't. So, okay, well, thanks for educating me on that. How come you guys got stuck with such a big building?
That's a story we can have off.
Okay. Fair. Maybe because they didn't have a yearly program that made sure that it was updated every year with prevailing wages and based on the size as a group, maybe. I'm just speculating. All right, sorry, go ahead, Jason.
With the board mind wrapping up, what is the recommendation gonna look like out there?
Yeah, so we're excited to keep that operation viable. So what it's gonna be really good at is fill type projects. So the lower aggregate base, fill material, fill, boy, if there was ever a project that came to town that needed millions of yards of material, that's the pit to do it out of. This pit is the pit for high level asphalt and concrete aggregates. That's what this pit is gonna really shine at. And Ward Lake is gonna really shine with more dirty fill. You just need good quality engineered fill. That's Ward Lake. But we've already reclaimed, so we're out in the north area. We've already restarted all the reclamation on all the slopes. If you go out and look at it now, it looks 100 times better than it used to. And we're already starting to set up all the seeding and things to reclaim the slopes, but we plan on keeping that land and utilizing it. It's still a great staging for a lot of our operations. We have a shop out there. And again, I think it's gonna stay viable as a fill source for a lot of our projects.
Gotcha, so there'll still be some operations done on Ward Lake.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, just about all my questions were answered. I've got one thing I'd like you to clear up. I know the answer, but apparently there's some people in our community that doesn't. And I know the contractor that was doing the project up on Fredonia. I went to high school with him, but I keep hearing, why doesn't Half Creek finish that? And you never were involved in it, but could you make a comment on that so people would know what really happened and what the truth is? And I know it's something different, but I think it's important to this.
Thank God for you, Gary, because I get blamed for that shit sandwich up there often. And I want you to know, we completed that project ahead of schedule. We dealt with the Dixie fire. We partnered with Caltrans to get through that disaster. We worked a crazy amount of overtime to get it paid for this community because we care about the community. We're like, we can't make everybody go around all winter long. And for those who don't remember, it was everything our company could do to get that thing paid for the community. It would have been easier for us to walk away and not spend the overtime that we spent. But we were committed to getting that thing open for the community. Now, what's happened since then, we kept saying, and again, we are not engineers, we're just dumb contractors. We take the plans that they give us and we go build what's on the plans. We kept talking about the fact that as we were going and moving all that dirt and reshifting it, we were pulling out miles of subdrain, miles and miles of subdrain. And our concern was there must be a lot of subsurface water here. And so backup change order, we came back and put in some, in my opinion, probably not near enough, some sub-drain systems. But also there's a seismic thing going on in that particular area. And again, all of that started moving after we left and we had some pretty heavy rains. But I think it's twofold. I think it's water, subsurface water, and it's on a seismic fault. I don't know how much the fault has to do with it, but boy, that is a fault, and where the most of the movement is along that fault. So I definitely think water and that fault are big factors, but they have continued to rebid that work, and we are not the ones doing it. Okay, I'm just saying, maybe we wouldn't be any better, but I'm just saying that's not us and not part of our original project. So thanks for clarifying.
I have one more comment I just have to mention because I've had several people say, why didn't they just finish that instead of building a road around it? I said they couldn't build a road around it. And they did that as a favor to Lassen County and Plymouth County and everybody that uses the highway. So they didn't have to go out 44 to 821 to get to Westwood. So thank you very much.
Or deal with those stop signs, letting one-way traffic go back and forth through. Yeah, absolutely. So that was a big deal on their part to build it.
Just want to give a thank you. So with that, planning department back up here.
Okay, just one last thing. I just want to say thank you to everybody that showed up. I'm humbled and honored that you took time out of your busy nights to be here, for and against. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Jerry. Yeah, we don't do better.
I turned off, man, sorry. That's all right. We'll get through it. Questions for me or starting?
I don't have any questions that I think you guys did a good job. And I would also like to thank everybody for showing up tonight. You know, it's been a long week. I think it's been very interesting. I just want to thank everybody for involved. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, so we're discussing now. Yeah. More towards stuff. Yeah.
Well, first off, part of the supervisor job, as I see it, is to make decisions in the best interest of the county. And trying to consider as much information as we can. And I really appreciate and respect all the views, both for and against this project that were expressed tonight. It gives us more information to make a better decision. And I look at this as a pragmatic decision. I know we talked a lot about economic development, and from what I can understand so far, reviewing all the documents, I did actually read the EIR and the supporting documentation, which is why I haven't asked that many questions, but I believe this project will have a positive ripple effect upon our community, not just directly through the quarry itself, the project itself, but also the economic issues that are being impacted. From a historical perspective, this town was founded, as was mentioned earlier, on mining and ranching, agriculture, and forestry. And the mills operated in town for many years. There were 3 mills in town. I wasn't here for that, but heard all about it, seen the rentals of it. But with the mills, there was train traffic. There were the whistles from shift changes. There was trucking, all the things that go with that. And the town, our community prospered from that. And I'd like to see that kind of prosperity come back. I just think about this EIR that we all, most of us, I think, read through. And had that been a requirement back in the day, I'm not even sure Susan would exist. There would have been no mills. There would have been very little mining and other things that have actually been the foundation for our community. I think that if this project doesn't go through, again, the economic impact will be severe. If nothing else, just buying asphalt to pave our roads. I mean, one of the biggest complaints I get as a supervisor is the condition of our roads throughout our county. And the cost of that, even now, is high. And to import it from, Reno or from, Reading, would be just, added expense that I don't think we can afford. The conditions, some people complain about the 50-year limitation or the 50-year time span on this. And I was looking at that as well, but when you look at the conditions that are being imposed on Hat Creek to operate this facility, 70+ different points, it's incredibly stringent. And, I'm amazed that they've got it actually through to this point, but the point is that at any time when there's a violation of that, that whole operation gets shut down, and that's not in their interest at all. And so I'm sure, as you said, he wants to stay on the right side of that to continue to produce, make money, and all that. The jobs, everything else. This is going to be a good project for our community overall, and that's why that was a good project. Thank you.
I want to piggyback on Supervisor Scanlon's comments and thank everybody for coming out. It's one of the largest private investments I think that I've seen today coming into Lassen County. I mean, I feel like a lot of the worries have been answered tonight by Hat Creek. One of the things that will not be able to be mitigated is what it will look like. But I think Hat Creek and Harry answer that appropriately as well. We can't really build out there anyway, that rock being gone. So I think once it's all mined, if this does open, 50 years from now, I don't think any of us are going to be alive anyway, at least up here on this diet. Not saying we're old.
Don't look at me.
I'm not saying we're old, but just realistically,
The kids.
it'll be the place to build on. I mean, what else can you do with the property that's got 65 feet of rock? Overall, like I said, I think all the questions have been answered, and if it goes through, I'd be proud to be a part of one of the largest investments in the Lassen County and creating more jobs. I feel pretty good about all the questions that were asked and the answers that were given.
Harry, I just gotta tell you, your job is just like mine. I don't know what you do, not everybody. And that's just part of the job, with everything that we do, everybody's like that tonight, you know. But, you know, you look at the assessed value of this property right now, it's probably worth maybe $15 an acre. Can't do a thing with it. We're talking about calories, you know, you put about maybe 20 head out there that lasts for a month, and that's it. The rest of that was gonna sit there. Project like this, the value of that property just went way up because there's a value to it. There's a resource, it's being utilized. You know, when we talk about economic development, this is it. There's always going to be, there's always a better place for it, not my backyard, not where I have to see it, or look at it, whatever else. But I mean, it is what it is. I think this is a great deal. And hopefully by doing this, we're going to get better from the county asphalt at cost. So we work with that. We're doing it solid. We can do less solid with this pass. So, we give a lot more roads and make our jobs a lot easier. So, I'm sorry. Anyway, so this is just a good project. We need this, whether it's buried or still around somebody else, I mean, it's going to be resourced. It's going to be used for this purpose. It's a need. There's not that much good rock around, even though there is lots of rock, but there's different qualities of rock. And that's right.
First off, I want to thank everybody for coming tonight. There's been a lot of yes and a lot of no, but it was all with passion. Todd, I have to give you kudos.
You're very passionate.
Hey, don't worry about me, Gary. My mom, I care about.
I understand that.
Deborah.
And you're passionate about it.
Yes,
A lot of other people passionate about it.
Correct to her, not me.
But anyway, I've lived here for 75 years. And Lassen County has been on the decline for the last 20. You can drive up and down. And I hear it every day. Why don't you do something that will help the city grow? Uptown's dying. And then just a week or two ago, I got all kinds of phone calls about the charging station and the B of A old parking lot. You know, growth is always painful. But that's one thing that's gonna put foot traffic into uptown. Without foot traffic, those businesses can't do anything. Without this rock quarry going in, our costs for building materials are gonna skyrocket. Like Aaron said, we're not gonna have any tax dollars from it. We're gonna have expense. The other thing with this growth, there's gonna be other companies coming and look, you know what? I haven't looked at Susanville for a while. There's some changes. I need to look at it. I think there's an opportunity there. We've got a truck stop coming in. I just got some papers on it this week. Growth is painful. Not everybody's happy with it. But in the long run, it's necessary. It's our bloodline. And it was mentioned about the logging. And if this was requirements, I wouldn't be here because I have a timber falling back. Sierra Pacific, Eagle Lake lumber, coin lumber, none of them would have been here. If it was today, everybody would be fighting it. Growth is painful. But after you get used to it and it's done right, which all my questions were answered from Harry, that company is very reputable. And they try to do what's right. Harry Camacho. I thank you for what you said about just taking care of your students. He didn't have to do that. He done that on his own dime. There's a lot of that goes on in Lassen County. People look out for each other. So I thank you. I thank you, Perry. You've been working at this for God only knows how many years and a lot of investment. So thank you. At this time, we're going to close the public hearing. And we're going to bring it up here. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm nervous. Yes.
I make the motion to receive the packet for planning staff, including the findings, conditions, and recommendations for the planning commission via resolution 8-03-26. And then conducted a public hearing pursuant to Lassen County Code Section 18.112.040, the California Government Code Section 65905, and adopt a resolution certifying the final environmental impact report number 2023-004, adopting the California Environmental Quality Act CEQA findings of fact and a statement of local considerations, and approving use permit number 2023-010 and reclamation plan number 2023-001 for the proposed Skyline Aggregate Quarry, TLT Enterprises LLC, Perry Thompson.
Second.
Second.
That's why you read it.
I'll give it to Tom. Thank you, Tom. What's that?
No, I just want for the record just to reflect, we did receive some correspondence, letters for and against, and everybody did bring their papers. So just one thing that.
So with that, we'll do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Scanlon, Supervisor Neely,
Yes.
Supervisor Alba,
Aye.
Supervisor Ingram,
Aye.
Supervisor Bridges.
Yes. So it has passed. Mr. Chairman, are we adjourned?